And
hi, everybody.
It should be plumbing into this right now. Boom. All right.
Can I just say, hi, everybody. Welcome to Political Head Trauma. It is so good to be back home in the great state of Utah.
Mm-hmm.
But it has, it feels like, have I even missed a show?
You missed last Friday's show.
Last Friday.
But we just did a quick
I had just gotten home. And before we get into everything.
Well, you got held up by the hack too.
I did. I got held up and I was so lucky because a lot of our delegates got stuck. Some are still stuck. Oh. And I just have to say that our show the Friday prior, before I was going off to convention and I was so excited and all of that, to be sitting in Salt Lake Airport, and I remember it perfectly, and those that follow me on Twitter know I never ever post about companies. If I do, it's usually like a jihad, right? Like I went against Ulta Beauty because Ulta Beauty was telling women what women are by two men. One actually had a beard. Just because they were wearing makeup. And I was like, know your audience. And this, I think, was before the Bud Light thing, but it got a lot of traction, my argument with them.
What was your argument with them?
It felt like they were making, these two gentlemen were wearing makeup, and one of them was Dylan Mulvaney, of course.
Oh.
Telling us that he loves being a woman and there's hard things about being a woman, blah, blah, blah. But they felt like caricatures of what a woman is. And that's the first time it came into my mind. Like, these people are mimicking and they're appropriating the culture of women by this and that and that. It was so obnoxious to listen to them and Ulta Beauty on their own platform.
Ulta Beauty, is that like a brand, like
it's
a Maybelline?
Store. Ulta sells beauty products.
Ulta, like Ulta
Ultimate,
Utah?
like ULT.
Ulta, but without the mutt. Okay.
So that's the only time I think on Twitter that I've ever said anything about a company. Like on their page, I actually was like, at Ulta, you are basically using men to tell women how hard it is to be a woman and to tell women what the beauty standard is. And I mean, I got trolled. People were like, oh, I wouldn't even be talking with eyebrows like that. And it was so funny because I was like, that's all you got? You're going to make fun of my face? Like, okay. Yeah, I have 5 brothers. I know what it's like to be made fun of. I mean, my brothers taught me well into my youth that you ain't no big deal, young lady. Don't get on this person who can humble you real quick. So these internet trolls weren't a big deal. And a lot of people even started trolling those trolls, saying, wait a minute, you're going after this woman because she's speaking facts. This was crap. So
some of the other commenters backed you up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A lot backed me up. And so that was my first experience Twitter where I actually commented on a company. Now let's fast forward to Saturday, the 13th, which is a day that will live in infamy, in my opinion.
Yes.
Because I'm at Salt Lake City Airport and I'm sitting at the bar at PF Chang's waiting for my food and waiting for my flight. I'd gotten there early, crazy, but when your husband's driving you to the airport, you get there on time. If I was driving myself, I'm the girl running. I mean, yes, my lack of planning does not constitute an emergency on their part. I get all of that. I'm terrible at time blindness. So I'm sitting there with all this extra time. So I order food and I get my food and I'd already gotten my bill and I get a text from my brother and he's like, turn on the news. Donald Trump was just shot. And I thought, well, are you kidding? This is crazy. And I go to Google and it's the first story up. And I'm watching this in real time. It had happened seconds before. I think 30 seconds to a minute is when my brother texted me because he was watching the rally live on something, Twitter, I think. So I say to the bartender, please turn on the news because in front of me are all these screens. And then for the bar on this side, there's screens all over there. And there's golf and there's Olympic chat. And then there's something else going on, soccer. And I said, will you turn on the news? And the bartender says, no, sorry, we don't like politics. And I've got a whole row of people. And I have my shirt that says, in God we trust on it. That's what I'm wearing. And two gentlemen sitting beside me said, nice shirt. Are you going to Milwaukee? And I said, I am. And they're like, oh my gosh, it's awesome. Have a great time. And they had just walked away when all this kerfuffle started. So I say, this isn't politics. A president, an ex-president in Canada has just been shot. Donald Trump has just been shot. And the ladies on this aisle and then the guys across from me go, what? I said, it's on. And the guy goes, oh, breaking in. They're breaking into this show here. So it's on this side of the bar that I can't see. And I said, please turn it on.
Oh,
and
sorry.
she says, no, it's a policy of PF Chang's. We don't play politics. And I said, this isn't politics. This is a national, a worldwide story right now.
And it's a huge story. Like this.
Yes, it's a human story.
Had that gone another way, imagine the country we would be in right now.
It would be insane right now. And here's the thing. All these people, I have no idea what their political affiliation was. I don't know if they're from California, just waiting for a connection. I had no idea. But my urgency got all of them to say, turn it on. Turn on the news. Turn on the news. And they're trying to find it on their phones. And the lady is just like, no. And the guy says, it's on over here. So the whole bar switches to the other side.
They all run over there.
And she goes and turns it off.
What?
So this is before we even know if the president's dead. This is how early on. We know that he's bleeding. We know that he's on the ground. We know that there's a shooter that's down, supposedly.
So she walks over to where it was on, where she had allowed it on, and turned that TV off.
In the name of policy. Well, this guy and the ladies that were beside me all called for their bills. Not one of them tipped her. And I'd already paid. So I couldn't be like, I'm no tip for you. Because I don't know if it's a policy. And I didn't want to, I am in the tipping industry. I would not want to hurt someone's ability to make money. But her obvious disdain was ridiculous. And if it is a policy, I was livid. And right there at the bar, I just made a new jihad against PF Chang's. And I just went on Twitter.
Did PF Chang's respond at all?
No, not yet. Not that I know of. But I was just like so shocked. And all these people got up and left. And they said, we're never coming back. And one lady actually said, I'm a Democrat. And this matters. This is newsworthy. How dare you? Like, she was angry.
Yeah, that's global newsworthy. Yeah. That's
because
something that
has such a trickle effect around the world. If somebody under Secret Service protection is shot in a public event, that's newsworthy, especially a presidential candidate, because that's the stuff of the 60s.
Oh, I know. We're in such a crazy time, aren't we?
And it's got all this controversy around it. Conspiracy, if you will.
Oh, believe me, I've been down the ringer with everyone who wants to talk to me about their theory on it. So tell me yours.
I don't want to bash the Secret Service. I don't want to do that. I know people in the Secret Service, and I know Trump, moguls, what they call them. They have really argued to be on his detail because he treats them well, and because he's a big deal. And so I know that they would do their best to protect him. I also know the local law enforcement would do their best to protect him, because I don't think there's ever been a president more pro law enforcement than Donald Trump. So there's too much. There's too much in there that makes no sense. First of all, the guy's walking around with an AR-15. Wait, what? You've got a guy and a drone. A drone. The FBI should have taken the drone when they realized he'd had one up hours before the thing in that area.
Was it the FBI that realized that, or?
It's the FBI that is investigating it over the Secret Service. So there's another source investigating the Secret Service. But I don't know. And I'm saying that right outright. I don't know the chain here. I know local law enforcement were alerted that there was a guy on the roof and they tried to act. The fact that he was in line shot with where our presidential candidate was standing is crazy. The Secret Service director to say that we don't put him on a slanted roof, that's not protocol. Are you kidding? The whole thing they were showing on the news was the sniper taking out the guy, allegedly, which now they're saying
from
a
another
different guy from a slanted roof.
The shooting was honestly.
Yes, we're not here.
You're
not seeing any of this. Look over here.
Let me tell you some of the reporting I found kind of shocking that came out. Is that Homeland Security considered guarding Trump a low-level danger. So apparently all those insane. Secret Service highly efficient in reholstering their weapon ladies were not Secret Service. They were Homeland Security. The
ladies that were a foot below him as they were protecting him going down those stairs.
They were Homeland Security officers. So they weren't even graded up to the level of Secret Service.
Do you guys know that Secret Service's job is to be human shield?
Well, actually, their main job is to make sure our money is sound. That's Secret Service's number one job. But their secondary job
is to be human shield. They know that. They go into that knowing
to take over the Pinkertons. But
you know what else? Their little Secret Service pins are they are top shelf technology. They can carry RFID technology inside them. The pin can tell you where the Secret Service agent is at any given moment. They've got technology and we don't even know about, but what's been reported on the builder, the designer of these pins. They could probably even sense, heartbeat.
We get pins like that for all of our Congress people.
I'd like to get pins like that honestly, on our law enforcement.
Well, yeah, law enforcement.
So we know where they are. Well, you actually if they're ever in trouble.
Well, I like the video camera technology on law enforcement. I love where that's going. It's going to protect law enforcement. It's going to protect interactions.
We need RFID technology civilians, too.
But we need that on our bureaucrats. I mean, imagine if we could have known that Fauci was doing dealings with EcoHealth Alliance to make stuff to destroy economies before it's come out now. We could have nipped that in the bud.
Just if RFID, it could tell you who's by each other.
RFID, no, I want to record them.
I would too. But then, I suggested this to congressmen actually during my convention. What would you ever go live and have like a reality show where you have a camera crew following you around? And a lot of them said absolutely, but there is a privacy issue when you have to talk about bills you're writing because you can't give the other side this and that. I get that. I get all of that. And one guy was telling me that, lobbyists, for example, aren't what you picture. He's like, I was actually really unimpressed with how nerdy and chill these lobbyists were. I said, what, you mean it's not like Thank You for Smoking, that movie where the lobbyists, the gun lobbies are in there with the smoking lobbies and the alcohol lobbies? He's like, no, it's not like that at all. They're very nerdy. They bring muffins. They are asking for this and this. But that's in front of, that's behind closed doors in your office. What are they doing in the after hours? I always picture, House of Cards, that movie, that
wearing
show.
goat masks and red robes and.
Or just,
sacrificing
going to get them blow
animals.
and hookers. I mean, I hate to say that,
okay. I'll tell you how I picture lobbyists. I don't see them that villainous. I see it like this. A congressperson, any person, only has enough bandwidth in their brain for certain stuff. And so what a lobbyist is is another portion of bandwidth that's going to come into your office and lay out some papers in front of you that may be 100% transparent or may be selectively biased to lean you one way or another.
That's their literal job.
That's their literal job. And a congressperson isn't wrong for going with a lobbyist that says, look, this stuff works. I've got the evidence here, because a congressperson isn't going to be an expert on environmental technology.
Yeah.
And inner city youth problems, and they're just going to go with what they can. And the lobbyists are going to pick, okay, where's some congressmen we can pill off to get our bill through?
And lobbyists aren't the enemy, guys. Like, you have to have a lobby for certain things, like law enforcement, for example. If you didn't have someone lobbying on behalf of law enforcement in DC, it could be really, really bad. And you see what happens when you defund cities and law enforcement. Those cities go up in crime, even though Democrats will tell you they won't, but you see it. I mean, how many of you would go to Minneapolis, or excuse me, Baltimore?
Yeah.
Baltimore.
I drove through the outskirts of Baltimore once. One of my brother was stationed there. And I've seen few scarier places in my life.
My father, we got him when they first came out, a GPS unit, and I was setting his hotel on it at his house before he left for his trip, because he was renting a car. He was going to DC, but he was going to stay with a friend first. And so in Maryland. So I put in the address and everything on the GPS. So all he had to do was turn it on, plug it in, and it would take him to that destination. I don't know what he had done, but he was actually driving back to his house in Utah and didn't catch it till he's
like 2 hours into it.
Baltimore. And he's like, this is terrifying.
Baltimore.
I needed to get my gun out of my.
And when was this? Because
this was years ago.
Yeah,
GPS
imagine Baltimore now.
No, yeah, I wouldn't.
When I drove through it, this would have been about 6 years ago, and it was scary. Like little babies roaming the streets in diapers, and everyone's sitting on a stoop, and there's just the smell of violence is around the corner.
That's so sad. I think about the Black neighborhoods that are burned to the ground in the name of justice and everything. And I think about those families, and those families deserve just as much protection as any other family, no matter the zip code. And they're losing their children in these fights in the streets. And yet they're supposed to be on the same side with a party that is demonizing police, instead of, hey, you know what? You want change in law enforcement? Encourage your children to go into law enforcement and be the change. Encourage people. I mean, I think those neighborhoods are the biggest victim of political banter that there is when it comes to law enforcement. And I see, enforcement all over the country, especially in the East Coast, like they're exhausted because they are considered, traitors to their people. At the same time, they're trying to be the change. They're trying to protect their neighborhoods, and they can't win. It's really sucks. So back to that, I did make it my flight. On my flight was Senator Lee. Hopefully Senator Curtis. He's candidate now, Senator Curtis. He was Congressman Curtis. I can call him that. Assumed to be Congressman, hopefully, Mike Kennedy. A number of delegates that were traveling with me that I know before, that I know now, that I'm really excited about. They were all on that plane. We got into Milwaukee around 9, got to our hotel, had a little meeting, with people, went to bed. Next morning, we got to go to the baseball game. So I shared that live when I went live with the baseball game. What I have to say about this convention overall is that Brantley, Ken Coleman, and especially Robert Axson, these leaders within the state GOP, made this experience unforgettable for the Utah delegates. They worked so hard to get us closer to convention, to get us buses so that we weren't relying on Ubers and things like that. Initially, the RNC had put us an hour away. We were literally 15 minutes, 20
Oh,
tops.
good.
And
An hour away.
yeah,
I mean,
because they
how
were really
early?
nice hotels, and they were all, I mean, they had every hotel in the cities booked.
Oh, I'm sure.
But
And I imagine Chicago's going to be that way in the next couple of weeks too.
yeah, I hope so.
Which we'll have to talk about that.
For a blue city like Milwaukee, I have to tell you this. The people that we interacted with, the people at our hotel, the people in restaurants, the people running the event center, they were remarkable human beings. They were the best part of Milwaukee. And I was so touched by them. They were amazing. And I know they don't vote the way we vote. So,
well, you
I'm just going off of what
some of them might.
They might.
I mean, their votes are still fairly close. I mean, it's like Salt Lake is considered a blue city.
Salt Lake is a blue city.
But the votes are still awful close.
But I have to say, I mean, Milwaukee is a blue city. That's what, I mean, I was reading about a lot of their rules and laws and things like that. And I was like, wow. But when you have the RNC come and there's millions of dollars piping into your city, an event like that. I mean, there were private parties every night running out these venues. And sometimes convention didn't get over till 10:30, 11. And then they're starting these parties. And these people who are running the bars and the events, these are jobs I can really associate with and think, man, what would it be like to have an event starting at 10:30? And then what time is it over? You don't know. But they roll out the red carpet for us. And it was awesome. And to be able to meet the people that I got to meet, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Sarah Jessica Parker. No, sorry, no. Sarah Huckabee Sanders was one of my favorite people to meet there.
Yeah, was she cool in person?
Oh yeah,
she was a cool cucumber when she was the press secretary.
That woman was trolled to the umph degree.
Oh yeah,
her looks were discussed all the time, which you already know how I feel about that. If you're gonna bash a person and you go to their looks, I don't care who it is. If it's Hillary Clinton, if it's Sarah Huckabee Sanders, I don't care. I don't care if it's my person or not. You've lost an argument when you have to go to a woman's looks, because that's what people do ridiculously against women in politics. It's not about what they're talking about. Like, I can sit here and tell you how terrible Kamala Harris is and not mention anything about her looks, and do so with zero about her looks. And this is something, Sarah Huckabee Sanders was trolled about her looks constantly. She was constantly called a liar all the time. It got to the point where I watched those press briefings because I couldn't wait for her to hand them that shit sandwich and make the press just shut up.
What was the lady after her? What was her name?
I do love her.
Gosh, what was her name? I always liked her because she brought that binder, and that binder was just full of, it should have been called the slap down the media binder or something, because she'd flip a page. Here's where you're wrong. And then smack him in the face with it.
Then Sarah Huckabee Sanders goes on, and then she's getting trolled because, I mean, she got kicked out of a restaurant, her and her family. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
After Maxine Waters
said, do that. She said,
didn't she just die?
Maxine Waters?
Wasn't it her? Oh, maybe it was someone else. Hold on. Do my research before I talk. Maxine Waters had already said, go after the GOP. And
nope, she's still alive.
Oh, who is it that just died?
Another
member of
well, Dianne Feinstein died
not
a couple
her.
months ago.
Someone else. She died like a week ago.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maxine Waters is just the worst.
She's served her constituents well.
I can't even believe she's in Texas. Like, that just...
No, Maxine Waters is in California.
Oh, then I can't believe
You're thinking the lady that wears the cowboy hat.
Okay, what's her name? She's got like 3 names, I think.
Yeah.
That's so funny. So,
Yeah, right there. No,
no,
no.
that's not her.
Although she did some shady
What does that
stuff.
say down there? Congresswoman died. Go down.
Congresswoman, where does it?
I
don't know. If anyone out there knows who just died, let me know. This isn't the one I'm thinking of. Anyways,
Okay.
go on. Keep going.
Sheila Jackson Lee.
Sheila Jackson. Did she just die?
Yes.
Oh, she's
from Texas.
She's awful what she did when they were bringing vets home. She tried going up there. She tried going up to the veterans, to the widows when they were bringing the Slade soldiers home. And while they're receiving their lost loved one, she tried getting them to give a political message at that moment, like on the tarmac. And I remember that, and I was thinking, that is ambulance chasing at its finest. That was just disgusting. Hi, Sherry. How are you?
You like, I figured it fits the occasion.
Yeah. She got herself. Yeah. And I want to spend the last half of the show just talking about your experience there. We do have a guest coming on at 3. We'll pull them in then, but keep talking about your trip there.
So again, all credit to Rob Axon, Brantley, his mother, Teresa, that there are so many people that made Utah delegates just have the most amazing time. And I got to meet so many Utah patriots, and some of them, we don't vote the same on certain things, but the unity there was so cool, especially when you had just had an assassination attempt against our nominee. This was a historical moment, and we all could feel it. Like, this will be in the history books.
Do you think so? Want to dig into more Republican Party as a whole, like as you mingled with other states? What was your feeling on their thoughts? But right now, we got to have 25 minutes before the guest comes on, so I want to talk about so 2 things I want to talk about. One, the assassination attempt. Does it? I don't want it to feel shady to me or conspired.
No, I don't either.
How do you dodge it? The kids in a Black Rock commercial, and there's all conspiracies built up around that. I spent yesterday talking to someone who was telling me they think that it was done by BlackRock because Trump will end the war in Ukraine, and BlackRock is invested in both the war. Conspiracy again, folks. Both the war, in depopulating Ukraine a little bit, and
the potential rebuild of it that they're talking
about. And the rebuild of it, because there's some
which isn't ours to rebuild, folks.
Minerals under Ukraine. But BlackRock isn't ours. BlackRock is an international corporation that could definitely. And then
but there's also the fact that the FBI, if Trump gets in there and decides to audit the FBI and maybe clean some house there or change the leadership, they would absolutely have a motive.
100%.
And the fact that his parents called 911 to say, our son is gone, we can't find him, we think there's some trouble. Why would they think that?
100%.
Why would they jump to that first?
And then the reports coming out that they didn't use actual Secret Service as his security.
I haven't heard that yet.
That it was Homeland Security officers, not Secret Service. So their level of training in personal defense wouldn't be the same.
The guy didn't even have to bring a ladder because you could climb the building like Spider-Man.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff. And then the worst conspiracy I heard, or the one that's the most shocking, I don't really want to repeat. So I will tell you after the show what this. I get reached out by a lot of people saying, "What do you think this is?" But it just seems like it was a cascade of failures.
Yeah.
And
Convenient.
at every turn that makes you think this can't be.
And the fact
contrived.
that people are saying that Trump lied about this thing even happening.
Or the left is saying that he set it up, that
Yeah.
he hired the shooter. The shooter went up there to shoot him in the
How
ear.
insane would you have to be to pay
Dude.
someone to shoot you in the
Dude.
ear?
Seriously, you have to. I am a.
And they're saying it was shrapnel because it hit something
It
inside. Hit his
doesn't
ear.
matter shooting in
It
the
was
general.
a bullet. Had he not turned to look at the chart, in fact, he said so in the convention speech. He's like, "This is the chart that saved my life."
I know a substantial amount about shooting rifles long distances and how weird it can get.
Right.
And how precise you would have to be. And to attempt that, to have someone attempt that with an AR is insane to me.
I mean, you have to I'm sorry, just the mere thought of that, just dismiss it, guys. That's
the
insane.
margins on that are so close.
You think Trump would ever
if
say,
he did,
"Hey, take a shot at me. I'm going to turn at just the right moment, and you nick
when
me
you see
in
me
the
turn
ear."
my head, Trump would have to go into this saying, "I am going to be president or dead." He would have to have that mindset to even.
You can't call someone a narcissist fascist in the same sentence as saying
boldly,
they're going to let someone shoot him in the face.
That's insane.
No narcissist would let anyone do that to them. It just wouldn't. That's just a crazy conspiracy. And then you see the videos that they're doing in slow motion about the woman that was sitting behind him in the black hat that they say, and I'm not sure, again, I'm getting Twitter news at this point, that she works for the FBI.
Really?
And there's a part where she sits down and she looks over and she puts the sign up and then she does like a salute or something like that. And immediately the shot happens. And they think that she was giving them the okay. Again, I don't know if anyone has found this woman who is in the audience sitting directly behind him. But I mean, this rabbit hole you can go down, because this is what happens when you are not fully transparent with a situation.
Well, how many rabbit holes have there been made, or how many conspiracies have built up around the Kennedy assassination and
how about Vegas?
The other Kennedy. Well, Vegas got swept under the rug immediately.
Yeah. We still don't know what happened in Vegas.
Yeah. No.
We still don't know. This is insane. And you guys were living in it in real time. Now, let me tell you what I did notice that I think is so noteworthy, because I was so touched when Donald Trump came out for the very first time Monday evening. He was different. And he had humility that I had never seen in him. And I have said it on this show. If he just showed a little bit of humility, it would go a long way with people.
Do you think he got subdued a little bit by that?
I think it rocked his world.
Oh, it would rock mine.
It rocked his entire family's world. And I think that showed his gratitude to all of us being there and cheering for him. But not only that, he mentions God a few times, but for the grace of God. And I'll have to tell you that I'm one of those people that thought back then, and I'm probably right. I think he knows he needs the Christian voter, right? Especially in America, and he needs the evangelicals and their support. I think that, he also said, I think on an interview, that I haven't asked for repentance. I don't think I've done anything, and that was years and years ago. And a lot of Christians weren't prepared to get behind him. If he didn't believe in God on Friday, I think he did on Saturday.
Yeah.
Because he said it. If I had just not turned to look when I did, I would be dead.
Well, and the delayed reaction, he pop, and he goes like this. He's like, it probably felt like like a vicious insect bite.
That's what he said. It felt like a giant insect.
Puts his hand up and then pop, and you see he drops, and then Secret Service or whoever they were,
Secret Service ran from the stage.
They
That
kinda,
gentleman is on his detail.
oh, what do I do now? And then it's crazy. And the conspiracies that come out of this, they're finding more. This kid was going on Gab and
Hi, Eric.
arguing with people on Gab a lot. That was kind of his jam, I guess.
But he has no social media background, really.
Well, he's got that Gab, and he would go on Gab and argue in the positive for Joe Biden. Is it Gab? Is that the one I'm thinking about?
I don't know what it is. I'm barely hanging on with what I got.
And it's the one that Trump's was on a lot, or it's
Truth Social.
Was it Truth? Might have been, but
he was a registered Republican.
Well, that's because it's
money to
it's Democrat. A closed primary. If you're in a closed primary like out here in Tooele, if you really want to change the political direction here in Tooele, and you would register Republican because it's a closed primary.
Or you would change your party to run as a Republican.
Well, you would just register, like say you're a voter, wanted to change it. Like let's say you're a voter and you legitimately felt like the Republican Party is doing too much Republican stuff. You would register Republican and then try to vote in a milder Republican than the direction that's going.
Well, no matter what, like this is all, it did happen. We know it happened. If we can just get past that, it didn't happen. Can we just get past that? Like this is not something that was made up. There's no way that this was made up.
I don't know. I want to believe.
It was so funny.
I want to believe that he hired someone.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
I loved it at convention during his speech when he said, I got hit in the ear, which is really crazy. Do you know how much the ear bleeds? And he goes into how doctors say it's just a bleeder. And I would bleed. I thought that was so funny because that's exactly what any one of us would be like. You know, when a head wound bleeds really bad and it looks worse than it is, but the ear has so many capillaries and so many veins and stuff that it bleeds extra. But I thought it was kind of really, I don't know, funny the way he said it. And I think it got a huge laugh because he's like, do you guys know how bad the ear bleeds? Now, he wore the bandage the entire time. And I think that, yeah, he should have. I think he deserves it. I don't care if he's got a nick in the top of his ear. I don't care if his whole ear's gone. Look, he's earned the sympathy vote for the bandage.
I'm sure they popped a few stitches in there. And when they bandage it, they're going to bandage it like that.
Yeah, how do you bandage an ear?
Now, I am going to say this, and this is going to be unpopular. But I think the people in the crowd that wore the sympathy bandage, I think you guys.
I didn't see any of that.
I don't know. That's just what's reported. If anyone was wearing a sympathy bandage, I think you guys need to. Okay. I mean, if the Democrats come out tomorrow and wear a sympathy depends, then I guess we can equalize the field. And that's the thing I wanted to ask you about. So you didn't see. Oh my gosh!
So then we get into the rest of the week. This has
been
historic.
I want to cover the convention after, but I want to talk about your thoughts on just. I want to hear your thoughts, and then I'll give mine on Biden dropping out on Twitter with the hostage note. And Kamala Harris taking the
You guys,
torch.
We already know because she's messed up before. Biden does not run his Twitter account. His press reporter does. His press secretary does.
Yeah, remember that when they put stuff.
She accidentally posted on his what she meant to post on hers.
Yeah. And like, oh, Tommy, I can't wait till we eat spaghetti tonight, like Lady in the Trap.
She is ridiculous.
But anyways.
But I think Biden came out and said he wasn't going to step down. And to be fair, I think that was all financial. And I'm going to be honest. I think the press secretary changed the whole thing with her Twitter, because here's what happened. Obama was not endorsing her.
No.
Obama wanted an open convention nomination.
I'm pretty sure he did because he knows Kamala
has
terrible. A hard chance of winning.
She's just not liked, people. Like, she's just not liked. And the thing is, there's a war chest at stake. And that war chest is supposed to go to the nominee. Biden doesn't get to keep it.
Yeah.
And
Although there is
that tweet changed the course. I guarantee Obama is not pleased that that tweet happened, nor was it placated, like gone through. It's like they took their own chance and said, well, Biden's stepping down, but he's supporting Kamala as the nominee. Excuse me? That wasn't part of the game plan. You can tell the way the Democrats handled
Isn't
that.
there a Democrat war chest, but there's also a Biden-Harris ticket war chest? She gets to keep the Biden-Harris ticket war chest because her name's still on the ticket. So now it might be the
which Trump is suing right now.
Harris Buttigieg, and regardless of that, I don't know. I think Kamala. I think she's obviously a bad choice because the stink came out on her when she ran. She couldn't even get any of her own voters in. And let's say the primary in 2019.
She's far more left on the crazier side than Biden. Her policies are way more left than Biden, which is one of the reasons. Well, he did say he would guarantee his VP would be a black woman.
Well, yeah, he's got to pander. We were in pander central then.
Yeah.
No, I don't consider her more left. I consider her more authoritarian.
No, there's some craziness.
No, she's completely, and
Biden was more moderate.
Let me lay out,
if you can believe that,
my evidence on her authoritarianism. The things she did when she was a DA and AG were like she's Stalin-esque, where she's keeping people in jail for slave labor so that they can fight fires. That's authoritarian. Where she's making truancy laws that are going to target single mothers.
Oh yeah, putting them in jail.
Single black mothers. I don't consider her left. I consider her authoritarian, like a
you mean like a fascist?
Marxist, fascist, whatever. I consider her authoritarian. Not left, not right, authoritarian. Like if she can stamp down on anything that she feels is that she has a disgust reflex with, she will. So more scarier than someone on the left. Like a Bernie Sanders wouldn't scare me at all.
And I honestly don't think she was controllable, but they wanted her on the ticket because they wanted Biden, because they called him the more moderate of them all. And I mean, we all know he was chosen.
Oh yeah, they all dropped out overnight.
And how pissed is Jill? Has anyone watched Jill's face after his presidential address? She's like, I'm out. I'm going to Paris. Screw you guys. I'm going home. She's angry.
I'm the queen.
And I mean, all of this is such a cluster that I'm in that same boat where I'm just like, you wait for the other shoe to drop. Now, leading up to the Democrat convention is going to be interesting because, again, she was chosen. I don't think the powers that be were ready for it to be her.
Well,
I don't think that.
I don't think they were ever.
You convince me otherwise.
I don't think they want it to be her at all. Because let's face it, I think at the core, the Democrat Party is not as far an authoritarian party. There are things they want to do that carry. They want to do away with you. Become more like the average.
They want to kill the filibuster.
Things like that. But they're the ones who brought in the filibuster. So I say,
and they want like on-call abortion for any age, any trimester.
Yeah, it's. I think that's a questionable thing. Whether
she wants illegals to vote and get health care.
I think those are things that she doesn't care about enough to have her authoritarian show.
Well, her time as the DA showed. You're right, because marijuana charges, as small as they were, gave ridiculous sentences. And
75. Is it 75,000 people got put in jail for minor
majority
marijuana?
Black individuals.
But at the same time that she was reported by herself partaking in the stuff.
You guys, this is insane. I mean, the fact that here's Trump, the president who started criminal justice reform, especially prison reform. And I mean, Kim Kardashian was at the White House going over this woman that was given a life sentence on a marijuana charge. Like, he was starting that. He was doing all of that. She helped create exactly what the problem in this country is. Her and Biden were unapologetic about getting hard on crime.
Biden wrote the 94 crime bill. Okay. I don't think he wrote it. Biden sponsored it and spoke heavily for it. I think it was the Black National Conference that actually wrote it and fought for it, because they were the ones that were screaming for it, because they rightfully so thought that clamping down on their communities would make their communities safer. What they didn't realize is it'd just make fatherhood further disappear, which is the root of the problem in the Black community. If you take away fathers, your community's going to die, just like if you take away mothers.
Well, and this, children, teenagers are going to be teenagers, and things are going to happen, whether your child is Black or white.
Seriously.
They deserve grace. There has to be a mistake period that they get, when they're teenagers. These kids aren't given grace in the streets. And if they are, then maybe they repeat offend. I don't know. But without a father in the house or a male role model that is showing them, the way, you do have so much damage. And yet this is for every color of person.
Every color, hands down.
It's science,
hands down. But the reason that the inner city Blacks are the demographic that's worse off in the United States, and argue whatever you want, it's because evil, whoever, blank, 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 whatever, it's because of the fatherless issue. That is 100% what it is. They're not willing to face it, but that is 100% the issue in the urban.
And then I would piggyback it. I would say, when I say that these kids need grace, is once they get into the justice system, now we're going to hit the poor card. And I've said this before. If you don't have money, your chances are exceedingly higher that you are going to do time. And not just time, you're going to do a long time. In comparative situations. That's just a given. And that's what justice has all been uncovered. The people with money are more likely to get out of a charge, and are more likely to get less of a charge.
Lindsay Lohan, all them traffic accidents. You've got people killed in traffic accidents. If it would have been a regular person, they're looking at a life-ending event. If you're rich, you skate.
And that's true. And see, all of that needs reform.
But before the guest comes on, I did want to cover one thing. How do you think the Democrats, and I've been boiling over to want to cover this all week, how do you think the Democrat Party feels about going on, what are we looking at? 10 years not being able to practice democracy? Well, you could say it started in 2016, so 8 years not being to be, because it against Bernie Sanders when they came up with super delegates.
If I was a delegate in the Democrat Party right now, I would be out of my mind. They made it sound like she got on the phone with every delegate and got their support. For a fact, there is no possibility all the support of the delegates, and they screwed the delegates with Bernie
Sanders, and then they did it in 2020 when they all of them overnight, the party called them up and said, you're dropping out, throwing your support behind Joe Biden.
Yes.
So they all did that. And then during the Senate, and they might do it on a little state by state basis, but this year they stripped the delegates of the rights by saying, we have heir apparent. This is who you get, instead of having a primary
open convention
to decide, because there might be some Democrats out there that could beat Trump.
Sure.
Kamala
and
is
there might
not
be
that.
some Democrats out there that are far more moderate, who have seen the problems that Biden has brought on and can find reasonable solutions.
They might even be more radical and still be able to beat Trump. They might be able to, but they pass it. They pass it. I don't know, the Democrat, and to watch him right now on Facebook, you go on Facebook and they're like, everyone's mad. Trump's a fascist. He's this, he's that, I'm with her. And I'm just like, man, this is great.
It's step in order.
And then the
which is
media,
something our party does not have.
the media is awful. All right. Sharon is here. We're going to bring her in right now. She's been wondering, can you guys see me?
Hi, Sharon.
Hey, guys.
A little closer. How are you doing?
Oh, gosh. Now you're going to be able to see all my wrinkles and all. No. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate this.
Yeah. So you've started a program called Community Thinking Tank.
Correct.
So kind of tell us about the idea behind it, what you've got going on there.
Yeah. How long do you have for that one?
Well, we'll give you, how about if we give you an hour? Run us down for an hour. Tell us what you got.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, you guys. Because honestly, this is a vision. This is a vision that I'm here to remind people that we all, these little voices in our head, that's really God speaking through to you. I'm more spiritual. I am not about corporate religion anymore.
Amen.
I've gone down the rabbit hole. It does not resonate with me. And the more that I've dug deeper and deeper and deeper it's just another avenue of how we've all been lied to. That's how I feel.
You don't believe in organized religion, but you have a spiritual relationship with God, and that's exactly where I'm at. I don't think an organized religion is imperfect. They're made up of imperfect people with imperfect plans. And I think in order to protect that religion, they have to come up with rules that actually contradict the very thought that God is all knowing and all loving, and that Jesus sacrificed for our sins, and that he was a real person. I mean, some of us are atheists on the show.
I know. I'm going to convert him eventually. Because I felt the same way. I
have a hard time with organized agnosticism too. Don't feel bad.
I get it. And honestly, I remember being in Catholic. I was brought up in a Catholic church, and I remember, I think it was like my freshman or sophomore year in high school, just sitting there going, we're all going to hell. Right. I'm like, why are we here? I'm like,
and yet you saw Jesus on a cross right in front of you. What was his sacrifice for? So we can all die sinners? Like, it doesn't work.
Yeah. I love you. You got good juju. Yeah, I'm right there with you, girlfriend. And honestly, so I came up with a community thinking tank over almost 2 years now. But it kind of came in baby steps. And how I can explain it, I mean, people can go right to my website, communitythinkingtank.com, and I spell it out on quick, simple videos on this. And long story short, I'll give you the short version, or I'll try to give you the short version. I lost my mom in 2008 from breast cancer, and I was in a struggling marriage, needed my mom the most. She was a labor and delivery nurse. She delivered my girls and so forth. And when that happened, I think with a lot of people, when you lose someone super close to you or your parent, you just go down the rabbit hole and ask questions about everything, like why her, and so forth. And my dad, my parents, I was a pain in the butt to them, I'm sure, growing up, because I was like, always challenging everything and so forth. But I realize now why I was that way. But my dad was brokenhearted. I was really, really lucky to have a great dad. He had so much patience with me. He'd take me fishing, and I'd get like my line stuck in the trees and all the weeds,
And he'd hand you his pole, and you would be catching fish on his pole while he's busy untangling yours.
Yeah.
We have the same father, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I love it. Well, what happened is he just really got in a deep depression. And then fast forward, I actually moved from the live free or die state of New Hampshire over 3 years ago. And I never moved out of state. So this was a big deal to move here to Utah. And I knew in my soul, I'm like, I'm supposed to be here. I just don't know what it is yet, but I'm supposed to be here. And so when I was back in New Hampshire, it was really, really hard to see my dad struggle with dementia. I mean, here's a guy who literally, he was top of his class at St. Anselm College back in New Hampshire. I did not get this gene from him, but literally you could say, what's 2,365 times, like 400 something. And he literally could give you an answer in his head within like a couple seconds. I don't even know. So I didn't get that gene. But so he had passed away, and it really sent me into a downward spiral of just questioning everything, why this happened and so forth. So one night, you can't make this stuff up, guys. One night, I'm not a big movie person per se when, I was bringing up my girls and so forth, but I just needed a break and I just wanted a lighthearted movie. And I kept hearing in my head, put on Oh God. Remember that movie with John Denver?
Yes.
Right?
Where did you find it? Oh God, book 2, and where God came to earth, and that little old guy, what was his name?
George Burns.
George
right?
Burns. You've
Yep.
never seen it? This was like, you would have been a kid when this came out.
Okay.
Jared, you totally have to watch it. But seriously, there was a line in that movie that really resonated with me. And it was the scene where George Burns, who plays God, comes and visits John Denver in the shower, of all places. And John Denver looks at him and he goes, this world is a mess. He's like, we need you. And George Burns says to him, that's why I gave you each other. And that stuck in my head for so long. And I just want to encourage all the viewers to revisit that movie because it actually has a lot of adult humor. It's great for the whole family. And a lot of stuff will resonate with what's happening today. So then fast forward, I watched the Oh God book 2. And do you remember that movie?
Barely. Like
Okay.
my parents showed us these shows when I was young, and I loved them. I remember.
Oh, I love it. Well, you're totally going to revisit this one because it's actually happening in schools right now. But again, I watched this back in New Hampshire, and it was about this girl. She was like middle school age, and George Burns comes and visits her. And he's like, kid, this world is a mess. We got to fix it. And he's like, I'm counting on you. We got to come up with a plan. And their plan was to come up with old school handmade signs of positivity, peace,
Spread
keep
light.
on trucking. Yeah. And what was interesting is she got all the kids at the school super, super involved. They were excited. And she's explaining to the kids, she's like, yeah, that voice in your head? She goes, that's really God. And they're not teaching it to us in the schools and so forth. So she got all the kids riled up in the city and they're posting signs everywhere and everyone's happy. And then all of a sudden, of course, the school calls her parents and they're like, she's getting too many people riled up. I think we need to get her to go to our psychologist to see if she's fit in school.
Yeah, because she's hearing voices.
Exactly. The stuff that they don't teach in your school, but you really have the God DNA within you, and it's scientifically proven, so don't get me going. But so then the parents were like, the kids seem happy. They actually seem like they're involved for once and they're getting along and they're working together as a team and so forth. And I'm not going to ruin the end, but I want to encourage all parents to check it out because any of the God-loving warrior patriots and spiritual people and so forth, something's going to resonate within you. So I kind of combined both movies is the only way I can think of it. And initially I came up with this concept where I don't know about you and your viewers, but government does boo for me. Like I do all my thinking for myself. I live by the golden rule. I help others when I can. And I just came up with a concept and a tagline of follow the signs and create a movement. And what I mean by that is I created kind of like an inventive concept and a tool where people in every city and state around the world can come together and start thinking of ideas where literally they can start taking care of the people in their community. Because I've been saying this all week. I'm up to my 6th person I know who works full time, and they're single and so forth, and they have no place to go because the cost of inflation just
Right.
it breaks my heart. And I'm like, no, you can't look the other way, because someday that's going to be you. Because we all know eventually that a lot of these people who think they're above everyone else because they live in these big fancy they have the fancy cars and the big houses. Well, first, most of them don't own the house, they don't own their cars and so forth. And a lot of corporate America are going because
And they're
part of
living
the,
paycheck to paycheck.
yeah. So so I got thinking, I created a whole list of ideas to get people right out of the gates. It takes less than 10 minutes for people to create these groups. They can go to the website, communitythinkingtank.com. They can also go to Facebook. There's a private group, communitythinktank.com, where there's an album of photos where we already have a list of ideas to get going. Like, people starting to come together and pool their money and make, conscious decisions of healthy meals. Go to Costco, buy in bulk, start making meals where you could freeze them, and start posting that in your local communities, because I think that's going to be a huge wake-up call for people truly understanding the problem of people putting food on their table. People that, they're open to letting, expanding their property and allowing people to come together and volunteer and garden on their properties. You know what I mean? Things like that. And
creating a community garden.
Yeah. And, I understand the first question I hear from, or response I get from a lot of people is, I am super busy. And I'm like, well, if you don't stop and smell the roses, you're literally gonna not help your own children and your grandchildren. So
And if not now, when?
Exactly. So literally, people can even donate 5 hours a month. And when you think of when someone creates that group within their community, all you have to do is invite people. And the response that we get from our group is people are like, wow, I'm finally going to join something that's different, where people can actually, we all have life skills and job skills, right? And use them and start listing the problems that you see in your community. Everyone shares their ideas so they can be heard, and people take an old school vote. And literally, that's where people start finding out what skills they'd be best at. I love to cook. I love to bake. I love to garden. We have tons of contractors out there, men and women, that have amazing ideas and so forth. So that's how it runs. But here's the thing that I thought of is we got to come together. And I know what side of politics I'm on, but I want to encourage people to start scrolling on by those posts. When you don't agree with someone, just scroll by.
Right.
You're getting pulled into acting like a bunch of little teeny boppers fighting. You know what I mean? Like, just do the right thing and start helping people, because we need each other. And
politics was designed to divide us. Like, there's a reason that Washington did not want parties. And I am guilty. I am the chair of the party here in the county.
So are you extra small, or is that a huge cup?
It's a huge cup.
Okay.
My
I was
daughter
about to
got me
say,
this. It says patriotic. It says a person who is devoted to love, support, and defend their country. A person with national pride and loyalty.
So what I was saying is, you get divided into these boxes, and the problem is that we're all in the same boat, and your neighbors, regardless of how they vote, are struggling just as much as you. And what I was going to add to your point is, for people who may be busy, because I know my husband is extremely busy, working just to make sure that we're okay. And he may not have the time, though the time he does have, he does put into our community, but he may not have the time, but he may have the resources to say, hey, let me throw some money in to buy the gardening supplies, or to buy the food pantry stuff, or whatever I can do to help my neighbor. Get us out of these individual boxes of color, of religion, of creed, of sexual orientation, of political orientation. Because I know, even as a Republican, when I walk and talk to my neighbors, most of them, I don't know what political party they belong to. and they love me no matter what, and I love them. We work together and cohesive. And a lot of people have set up plans in case there's like a terrible, situation where communities need to come together. I don't know, a natural disaster or something like that.
Yep.
Why not do one that's for everyday disaster, something that the community gets behind to protect that neighbor who's out of work, or the senior citizen who can't afford her medicine,
or the veteran that's sleeping on the park bench, and the homeless people that are out of control and you don't know their story, and you've all been pre-programmed from your entertainment to judge them and not even know. I mean, it gets me riled up. But we do have a backup system in the community thinking tank. It's super, super simple. It's like literally when people join for a backup, just share your name, your phone number, and your address and things like that. Not to be a creeper, but to literally, if something like that happens, you have a system put into place that you can reach out to people. Oh, thank you. But also I wanted to share, and thank you so much, guys, because this really means a lot to me. And this proves to me that he's working through me. I'm not even kidding you. Like, some nights I'm just getting all these downloads. I'm like, please stop. I just need to shut it off. And they're like, write this down, write this down, write this down. You know what I mean? But I do it because I believe in it. And
to the picture.
I can hear you.
I'm sorry. He's scrolling and it makes me dizzy.
I'm only teasing. I'm
if
only
he
kidding.
goes up to the picture, then we know what to look at. Scrolling is just scrolling. Love you.
I'm just exploring the site myself.
Thank you.
But and for everyone, that's community thinking
tank.
Tank.com. Or you can go on to Fake Book.
Yep. Community Thinking Tank. And it's a private
Trademark
group,
pending.
so it's a less spammy site. But one thing I wanted to share with you is how it all morphed. So this is literally in the very, very, very infancy state. And I'm so, so thankful that you're interviewing me. And if you know of anyone else that I can get the word out, this would mean the world to me, because I literally wished upon a star, and I'm not kidding. I wished upon a star for world peace up in Smith and Moore House. I'll never forget it. And so what I came up with the concept is, we all know we've been shadow banned, right? Like, I am always in fake book jail and all that all the time. Even now when I post things about Jesus, they take it down, and people in the group, they're all commenting, and then all of a sudden we're like, what were we commenting on? And they took it down, and then we figure it out, and things like that. So I also figured this is a great way and a tool to come up with handmade signs in your local community, because one, they can't be shadow banned. We are practicing our freedom of speech. We are gathering our people in a peaceful assembly. And also, it's going to really make people start thinking, because they're not going to be in front of their phone and their computer and their TV, where literally they can stop and think for themselves. Because we all know this is a program. I don't care. People can debate me all day. I've literally had this discussion with people. I'm like, oh, so you came up with your big 80s hair in the beehive and that just came to you, right? I'm like, no, it's a program. That's why they call it TV programming. But anyhow, I digress. But the point is that people can literally, when they start seeing these signs in the community and they join, even people on whatever side they're on, if they don't agree, that's okay. Put the judgment aside. They're going to be able to join a judgment-free zone where they're simply just focusing on helping the people, because it's never going to work if we just keep bashing each other. Oh, you voted for him and you voted for her. It's stupid. I get it. I'm very passionate about where I stand on all those views. But fast forward a little bit. So I came up with the concept. And then when the attempted assassination happened on President Trump, I think that awakened everyone. That was the shot heard around the world, where everyone on both sides is like, enough is enough. Like, we really got to figure out a way to come together, or we're going to just destroy each other. Oh, I feel it. It's going to happen.
And this is what I was telling him before you came on. And I'm a national delegate, so I was at the RNC when he first came out. And the first time to see him, he had a humility on him that I had never seen in him ever. And even when he got to the stage and was speaking, and I told people, if he didn't truly believe in God's miracle and God's light before that happened, I think he does now. He understands that and this is not to say that God protected him and the other victims he didn't protect. But what I am saying is that by the grace of God, he was saved in a way that it could be for something bigger and stronger. But all of us are here at this time in this moment for a reason. And you can even get atheists to join your group, because even atheists believe in the common good in each other and coming together. If it's not God that's inspiring them, it's good nature. It's human nature to want to have empathy for someone and to help someone, your neighbor, a family member. It's inherent in us. It's that DNA, that light in our DNA.
It's all real. And I want people to start asking questions like, why don't they teach these things at school? Like, many of us have dreams and so forth. Why don't they talk about it? Like, where do you go when you dream? Why don't they talk? Because these are the things that kids really would be interested in. I don't know about you, but I'd rather learn that than getting brainwashed with their system of, you're just going to go work for corporate America and one of their,
You can't, because this country is designed, the propaganda. I mean, we are a huge country of propaganda. He's a big history buff. And I think it was Candace Owens that said, have you guys noticed that the Pentagon has their own production company for Hollywood? They make movies like Black Hawk Down. They have made many movies. And this is all by design. It's to tell the story in a certain way. And regardless of the truth or enhanced for entertainment purposes or whatever it is, it's propaganda to make America the good guys, to make, to give this view of patriotism, which I was raised with patriotism, and I will always love my country unapologetically, as I know other people in other countries feel the same about their own. You just do that when you're born a place. But that right there has been around for so long. And it's not good to put the power in God's hands when you're trying to have power in government. So they take God out. And I think that regardless if you believe in God or not, maybe there's a higher power, maybe not. I know without a doubt he's real and heaven is real and all of this. But I also lost my father in 2018, and I was devastated by it. And I'll tell you, I could have never gotten through that without God, without knowing I will see him again. And without that surety in my soul that I will see him again, and that he is with me, and there's these little miracles around me that are happening, that are him telling me, hey, I'm still here, I'm still watching. And I was able to get through the worst devastation of my life, the worst, where no human being could comfort me in any way.
I feel the same way when my dad passed. I completely understand. That was actually, I realized in my life, do you feel the same way where you realize when you look back now that you were awakened, so to speak, of like what's been happening underneath our feet? And everyone's going to realize all the sayings and everything we were brought up with literally have meaning. Like, I'm a huge gematria, Jared knows this, I'm a huge gematria decoder and numerology and so forth. And it all aligns. It's like things are happening right underneath your feet and so forth. It's like literally underground tunnels and so forth. I mean, this stuff is real. And I feel the same way, because that was when I really hit rock bottom, losing my dad. I'm like, I'm an orphan now.
And there's no pain like grief. No one can ever match it. And in that same breath, there is no power like love. And they're both they can both be extremely painful. They can be both unforgiving and brutal. But that's where I think having God and teaching, be the light, be the moment in someone's day that was a bright moment. It doesn't matter if you agree with them, if they like you, if they hate you. Be kind. At the very least, be kind. That doesn't even have to be God telling you. Though I believe it is. I believe we are putting people's lives in that moment for those reasons. And there are people in your lives meant to teach you something. And any opportunity you have to just be kind to someone, no matter their age, no matter their situation, I think it fills your heart a bit more than it even fills theirs.
I agree. But don't get me wrong. I always choose kindness. But if someone's going to be a you-know-what, they better be prepared. I mean, I always try to come up with something really quick. But I like to make people think. When they act like a jerk to someone, I like to use something to make them think about their behavior. Does that make sense?
Is that
Instead
like
of being
common
a
sense
jerk
or
right
something?
Yeah.
Because common sense is unheard of anymore.
Oh,
if you say something that is common sense anymore, people stand up and applaud it because we're living in a clown world, and we've been so used to having the government on our necks, you know, keeping us from talking about things that are common sense.
I know.
And now it's being applauded, and you can shut a lot of people down with just without emotion, just talking about facts and the effects, the cause and effects of things and policies, and you know, hate. Like hate, you have to teach a child how to hate. Children are not inherently racist. They're not inherently mean. They're not inherently judgmental. You have to teach them. And we're living in a world where if you're not teaching them at home hate, the school certainly is, whether they mean to or not. And kids are brutal to each other.
They learn that from their entertainment. That's the whole point. It's a whole system. But I do see through a lot of the entertainment where I'm like, ooh, that's going to be funny. They're going to flip it and they're going to use that for the big exposure and stuff like that. That's how my mind works. But I agree with you. And, you know, it makes me sick to my stomach seeing family and friends that have history together their entire lives just literally unfriend each other over politics and whether they got this. And I mean, come on, your kids are watching you. Be a class act. Like, recognize the behavior and start acting like adults. And if you don't agree, just scroll on by. Sorry, I digress. That's how I feel.
You'll never get them to your side or to even think about it by being a jerk and by casting them out. I mean, I have family members that I love dearly that absolutely disagree with my politics. Never would I ever cast them out of my life on purpose, because that would be an absolute, it would be an oxymoron of who I am.
I agree.
I love you, but only if you believe like me.
Yeah. And you know,
I
that's
am
who
I am because of them. I am more firm in the beliefs that I have because of them, and either the way they've talked about what they believe in, where I've had to research. I never try to discount someone who argues with me because I can always learn something from them. Always. So,
I agree with you.
You didn't tell me I was going to meet like this amazing friend.
Oh, we're going to be besties before the end of the show.
Totally. I love this.
You guys can both braid my hair.
I don't know how to braid.
Well, and I don't have hair, so.
You remind me of Tom Numbers a little bit. Your face, your eyes, and your nose a little bit.
Me? Ouch.
No, Jared. No.
Who's Tom Numbers?
Who is Tom Numbers?
Is he a mathematician?
He's a great. He's connected to Mr. T's people in the white hats, and he's helped me. He's taught me how to code in gematria. It's quite fascinating, and I already know that it's going to be the biggest life game where people connect the dots on their own lives and everything else, and it's going to be super cool. But I wanted to get back real quick to after the assassination. Like, it just popped in my mind. I'm like, oh my gosh! I'm like, this is a perfect opportunity to people to show up and say what they mean and mean what they say. It doesn't mean whatever side they're on, and create a worldwide come together pep rally in a city near you. And we can do it. We have the power. We can literally show each other that we can do this without our government getting involved. And the whole process is literally, I mean, the busiest people, I want to encourage them not to overthink this process, because it's not going to be a big orchestrated, there's going to be a big band and food vendors and all that. No, I actually listed a video right on the pep rally tab on the website of ideas to get this going. What I'd like to do is take 15, 20 minutes wherever the location is and get people riled up and pumped up again. Like, people can look at someone and be like, I never thought of things that way. And, they can bring their kids and bring a blanket and bring their dogs and yard games and just really come together. And, and I think it's going to be the launching of the community thinking tanks, where literally every city and state can have a list where people can join and say, I only got 5 hours this month. Let's see how it goes. And they can write down what they're good at, what they're passionate about. And that's how you create the movement. And, the way I look at it is that's a peaceful assembly. That is right underneath our constitutional rights, and we can do it. And I say we do it, and we're going to have fun, and we're going to have a good time, and we're going to have like a party. That's actually a song. That reminds me of a song, but anyhow, I digress.
So you live in Twilla County, or where do you live?
I'm actually out in the Park City area.
Okay, Summit.
So how far are you from? Like, I would love to meet with you soon.
That
would be awesome.
We're probably about an hour, 45 minutes, depending on traffic.
Yeah, 45.
We're just right around the mountain. And I'm trying to put together now with my team on the GOP is I'm trying to put together something of what you describe, only it is a political event, because I want to introduce my community to those running for the seats. And being a red state, I think that Jared and I spoke earlier that even Democrats should get to know those who are running, because the chances of them winning are good. So I want Democrats to get out there and meet these candidates and give them their opinion of what they want to see. I think you make a better candidate that way, because when they're elected, they represent everyone, not just their own party. And I want to do it in a way like you described. You bring your chairs and your kids and your blanket, and you have some good food, and we have good music, and you get to meet these folks, and there's games and stuff for kids to do. It's just a huge block party. Now, here's where you come into problems is where's the venue? So you go to a public park where you're not, it's open to the public.
Exactly.
And then you have to bring your own, microphones and speakers and all those things. Some people may own them themselves and say, hey, I can't really do much, but you can use my stuff. And, we'll set this up. And then you invite inspirational people from around the community, regardless of party or religion. And you just celebrate the fact that we are neighbors in a community that care about each other. And I think it's so simple and common sense that it's phenomenally great to me.
I agree. Oh, we're going to collaborate. I'm just saying, I can feel it already. I can't wait. And I love the way that you think too. And we actually decided we're going to hold it. I already knew 2 years ago this was going to happen at the International Peace Garden. So it's going to be on Saturday, October 12th, this year. So we're just getting out of the gates, and we're going to have a system. And I'm here to show people not to overthink the process. And what the process is so I actually did a lot of, I created a big networking group back in New Hampshire with over 6,000 active members. And I just passed it over because this is my focus. I'm literally living off of my savings because I believe in this so much. And so what the process is literally, I'm looking for a panel of people out here in Utah. I'm looking for 30 people, because honestly, when people join this panel, what they have to say matters. I'm going to recognize every single person at this rally, and everyone else and the rallies that they're going to be hosting, like, recognize these people. You know what I mean? Because I want you all and your viewers to imagine just taking out your phone, all of us all over the world, and videotaping thousands of people coming together. We can do it. There's no reason why we can't. So the system is finding the people in the panel, right? And literally from the time they see this video until the event, they're only putting in about 15 hours. Literally most of the work is going to be done right at the rally that day. And who's going to want to miss that? It's going to be super fun, But
is that in North Dakota?
Oh, no, I'm talking about here, the International Peace Garden here in Utah. There's a lot of signs and symbolism there. I already decoded a lot of it.
Where is it? Is it in Summit County?
Yeah, no, it's in Salt Lake. So the address is right on the website. But the thing that I loved about it is there's something there. They have Plato, Socrates, all of their quotes. There are structures for each country. I mean, it's very well done. And I thought, what a
I've
better.
never heard of this.
Me
You're
either.
gonna have to look it up. But
We're looking at it right now. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, we're going to have to go
Right?
check this out.
and they have a
Okay.
beautiful garden.
October 12th.
Yep, Saturday, October 12th from noon to 3 p.m. Mountain Time. So wherever anyone's hosting it in the world, obviously with time zones and so forth, maybe they can switch up the time and so forth. But I'm really excited about this. So what we did, so I was on a big panel for, I'm very passionate about the rescue animals. It breaks my heart knowing how bad it was then. It's really bad now. And I don't like the idea of people's pets being, thank you, being in cages anymore. People need to be responsible, but I digress, sorry. So we had a system. So we did a very, very, very big rescue dog yard sale where our system is we got all of our signs together. And you know what, guys, how fun is it for people to actually start making of these handmade signs together with their friends and family? Like you said, you can have block parties and so forth. And even the guys can get involved. Like this is for everyone. But what we did is 2 weeks before the event, we brought our notebooks and we listed everywhere that we put the signs. And you just put them around the park and all on the main roads and so forth. So you can get the word in front of a lot of people quickly without high paid advertising and so forth. But also the other part of how it comes together, and again, it's simple, is about a month prior to the event. See, this is where teamwork makes the dream work, and it worked beautifully back east. Is we all we created a Facebook group, Facebook event, and people can do it on all the other platforms and so forth. And what we did is there's literally hundreds and hundreds of groups out there for community events, things that are happening in your community, state events, and so forth, where we literally just worked it in between the crazy. We took 5 minutes every other night and started posting in these groups. So when you get the physical signs in front of people as well as online, people start talking because we know how people love to talk, whether it's positive or negative. And I think it's going to be beautiful. And I know it's going to work. And the people that can feel this, I mean, we already came up with ideas where it doesn't have to be this big, big, huge production. It's simply just getting the people there, finding people that do face paintings for the kids that don't charge and want to do it out of the kindness of their hearts. I mean, these kids are going to this is going to be history. I feel it. Also putting little flags around the park, bringing the car, those car markers that people write on and so forth. You could get a lot of the teenagers and people out with the cars, and making their signs and just spreading that good juju everywhere.
When I was a teenager, you wouldn't want to offer me a marker. I'm just going to say that right now.
Why? What would you have done?
Tattoos all over yourself?
No, a car marker. Yeah, you couldn't drive home
So,
in polite society after I had my way with that.
Part of a group of amazing women, and we do a Patriot Camp. And we do it every year, and we did it this year, which is
I missed it.
Ages 6 years old, and then we get to 13, and then we take on teenagers who then become our ambassadors and actually are the team leaders. And we do a lot with our community out here, which was a phenomenal camp this year. We had exceptional
when
time.
was that?
It was the first week in June, and we were sponsored by the Utah Motorsports Campus. So we did it at the racetrack, and it's phenomenal. It's Patriot Camps of America, and we have, that was our Tooele Valley camp. But this feels like a great way to kind of, for those of us who work with kids and with other moms or whatever group we're in, this sounds like something you would invite them to and to our list of people who have joined us. You said it's on the 12th. What time?
Noon to 3 p.m. Because if people want to linger a little after and they're enjoying the company, I say stay.
Just the view and this park is exceptional. I definitely want to attend. I'm putting it on my calendar and we will go.
I love it.
Um,
And may I share one more thing that just popped in my head because I feel like it's kind of important for this event. Is that okay? Can I share?
Of course.
Oh, wonderful. So I actually reached out to a few of the leaders, the statement for the VFW and so forth. I want to start popping these ideas in people's minds of finding those places. See, one thing that I've heard about where people can create their community thinking tanks, they're like, well, there are already humanitarian projects and so forth. I am literally showing people how we all can come together where there's no more competition. So what I'm saying is add those humanitarian projects to community thinking tanks because the locals are going to learn from them. It's only going to put their name in front of the audience and everyone wins, right? But encourage people to, invite their veterans and people from the military and really make a conscious effort of reaching out to them because they're the first ones that I have noticed that literally will stand up every time, even if they have nothing else to give, they give their time. And that says a lot because I look at a lot of people that just feel like they're above everyone else, like, oh, I'm just too busy or whatever. And I look at those people now going, ew, that is like the most selfish attitude that you could ever have,
Well, if it's not now, when? I mean, we should have started this 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And so we're already behind the 8 ball. This is just about a community. You get community from all denominations and you get people who aren't in any denomination and you invite everyone as neighbors.
Exactly.
Mormons, this is a neighbor powwow. Yep. This is just a neighbor powwow. It's just a giant block party. And I think you have special seating for the veterans and
I love that. I'm going to
have somebody that's going to sing the anthem. I know a great family that can sing the anthem.
Can we
absolutely
after this?
I'm going to tell you right now, it's Derek Brown, who's running for Attorney General, but his wife, his sons, his family and him are the most talented family I've ever known with their ability to sing and play instruments. And they're so amazing.
Yeah. A lot of musical ability there. Also, our city mayor out here, she's a very good singer.
See what I mean? This is amazing. Like, this is the people that we invite where they can actually feel this and not overthink this process. It's literally just coming together. And I thank you for that idea. And this is what thinking is all about too. You know what I mean? We work out on a collaborative and that's where magic happens. And I'm excited. And if you guys know of anyone that I can get in front of to talk about this on interviews, please send them my way because as soon as people hear this concept, they're like, how come government hasn't thought of this? I'm like, ding, ding, ding.
It's an enemy to government.
I know.
Because again, you're removing the boxes around people, which government has banked on. And they've banked on those boxes, keeping us divided. If we unite as a society against the what we're been fed all these years, and we just take it back to the basics of humanity with nothing to gain. I assume it's a nonprofit concept.
Yeah, this isn't even a business. That's the thing that's beautiful because then you don't have any connection to anything. The people can do it on a collective. And, like I was mentioning earlier of people making meals and freezing them and starting to post in communities. I do have a little tips on that where literally make sure you're friends with someone, because friends can help friends, and then also, do the drop off in front of a police station or something. If, like people do for Craigslist and so forth, little things like that. But no, it's not a business. And I think that's the way it should be. It's free to everyone. And everyone's voices matter and they share their ideas on a collective. And also another thing that I wanted to share with you real quick, and I'm so sorry, I'm like, ooh, and I'm almost done. But this could be a brand new platform for people like to interview people, to start asking questions, get a panel of people, start talking, people that have experiences and can share things where people can learn. I'm very, very into, how can I put it? I'm very into meditation. I have learned that meditation and prayer got misconstrued. And I have a problem with that because literally it's going within. And they labeled so many people that, are yoga masters and meditation and sound bowls and so forth. When you do your research, it's scientifically proven this stuff works. They just wanted you to go towards their poisonous way. Does that make sense?
And to be truthful, to me,
Yep.
prayer is meditation.
Exactly.
It's making that time, that's whether you believe in God or not, meditating to a higher power or just going within. I think it's that quiet, be still. And for me, it's that time where I can reflect with God and reflect on what I'm learning, even through hardship, especially through hardship. What am I supposed to learn here? It is no different than my friends who are avid believers in meditation. And they believe that self-reflection and just being okay in your own skin and being okay with chaos around you being the light in your life and trying to spread that light. That's by design. They've tried to make people kooks out of that realm. And it's not fair.
I know it isn't. And you know what? It's funny you say that because I'm creating a panel of a lot of people that are spiritual, that do all those. And a lot of, and this is going to be for everyone. It's going to be for the Mormons, the ex-Mormons, the Catholics, the spiritual people, the Christians. It's for everyone to finally realize we all got duped and that, he's literally within us. You just have to listen and block out all that noise. And honestly, in my opinion, I love the idea of how people love community, and that is a big reason why they're going to church, to form a community. But in my own,
is a big state for that.
Yep.
The community is huge. Your neighbor, love thy neighbor, is inherent in the Mormon church, especially. Like I am not Mormon, but I could not ask for better neighbors who are.
Yep.
And that's just
I agree.
The way that their church is. And I think that Utah is one of the best places to raise families, and the communities here are extraordinarily giving, and they don't ask you what faith you are.
Here.
It would be great here.
I think it would do really, really well. I think it's also another way where, think about this. I do have my own personal views on certain things. I'll just leave it at that, because when I moved out here from New Hampshire, I constantly had people saying that you can't wear that, you can't say that, and so forth. And I'm like, I make my own decisions. I don't need anyone to tell me what I can and cannot do, as long as I'm not hurting anyone. And it really sent me down the rabbit hole of learning more. And honestly, to be honest, I don't think we need any corporate church. I think that we need to bring church back to the moms and dads. Like I remember growing up, going to CCD Bible study growing up. Why not form communities that way? Because I think a lot of people have more experience than the pastor does, because it's only one person that speaks in front of an entire church. Where literally, if you get people together, there are people out there that decode the parables and so forth in all scripture, and it all aligns perfectly. And my point is you're just as brilliant as that pastor or that bishop standing up. I think there are way more brilliant. And I'm not saying that all priests and so forth are bad people. I want to state that for the record. Does that make sense? I just feel
you're just saying that every individual has their own story, which can actually bring light to whatever is happening around them. Like we are equals. Yeah. There's no measure for who's more believing and who's not. Exactly. There are people who are suffering, and they don't have that background to say you're not alone, and they may not feel it. And so people who are suffering need groups of other people who may have been there, who have suffered, and yet how did they get through? And because
Exactly.
we're not meant to be a lone species, we need each other. We need community, and we need parental figures. We need young children to give the child perspective. All of it.
Yes, and that actually reminds me, right on the community thinking tank website, you'll find a tab where if you scroll down, part 1 of it, part 2 of it, and then there's a section about teenagers. Can teenagers join? They can start their own community thinking tanks. I mean, how awesome would that be to allow your kids to start thinking? That is when, it seems like after high school, that's when they just start becoming compliant to the rules, and that's just the way things are. I mean, think about what these kids could do with community thinking tanks. I think they should have a community thinking tank for the general public, and then the teenagers could use this as a platform where they get their friends on and they can publicly talk about this without feeling like they're being ashamed or it's not the in thing, because it's gonna become the in thing where people
And
think.
they would have a place to get together and spend
Yes.
time together. And so I think that we've gone into this world of solitude with our teenagers who don't fit anywhere. A lot of them don't
I agree.
feel like they fit anywhere, which is the human brain. It's
Yeah.
kind of on purpose that we're taught that we're singular in this world and we don't fit. And that's just us getting used to becoming grown-ups. But how cool would it be if your teenager wants to go hang out at one of these events where they come home feeling empowered by their fellow teenagers?
I so
From the jock
agree.
to the cheerleader to the nerd kid to the
Musician.
yeah, all of them get to have a place where they get to just be
I'm
the
so
light.
glad you said that. And also it's a great platform as well for people, if they're done with corporate America, go out in your local businesses and find USA made products and services. Why promote the big box stores anymore? I used to sell my products, my own personal products, to the big box stores. I know exactly how they play this game. And people are going to have to replace all their items in their home once the truth is finally exposed that a lot of, like, I'm sure this cup is probably from China and there's lead in it. I don't know. I would rather end up buying something. And, I think it's also
I know that's a pretty big cup. You'd know if there's lead in it. Just throwing it out there. You'd have your coffee arm would be all big and meaty.
Well, that's why she uses 2 hands, so that those great arms she has. You can see your muscles. There's definitely lead in that mug.
But no, it is true. And I mean, to a bigger point, and maybe it's just the life cycles of nations. We have given up as our nation. We've given up a lot of the manufacturing, and that's a kicking a dead horse down the road. But that's something that I think we need to struggle to get back, is manufacturing in our nation. But how do you broach that where the average manufacturing startup is probably out of reach for? I think you'd need big communities to come together to do a startup like that, and it would have to be done outside of government. You'd have to.
Yeah,
how do you get
I think that's a great idea
with the regulations thrown by government?
Yeah, that's another good point. Yeah,
I mean, how do you get outside of, like, I know of a group, I think it's on Facebook, that says Make a Lasagna. Have you heard of this?
No.
Make a Lasagna.
It's a group where they basically, it's a number of people who know how to make lasagna. They make a lasagna for somebody in their community who might be sick or might be having surgery, and
exactly.
they may not be able to do meals. And so they'll put in a name for a family, and this group will make a lasagna, and they're a non-profit. So, because you have to have money to be able to make these things. A lot of people couldn't afford, I mean, lasagna, even to make it at home, is expensive.
Yeah.
But this is just a simple thing called Make a Lasagna. And
I love it. We need to add them to the
gift
group.
it to someone, or you could be someone in need and ask for it, and they just drop one off. I think the
wonderful.
government gets in the way of that because you've
Yeah.
got these things. Is the kitchen clean where you're cooking it?
Exactly.
The inspector's got to come over and check out your.
But that
It's all a bunch
concept,
of baloney. That's a bunch of baloney because you know what? Just like in our entertainment, you know, like when you have a new neighbor that comes over and so forth, that's what people used to do is they would bake something out of the kindness of their house as a gesture.
that's
There's
what made
nothing
bake
wrong
sales
with
so
that.
great in elementary school because
Yeah,
so and
brownies.
so's mom could make the best cupcakes on the planet, and their mom made the best brownies,
Oh, you're
and
making me
you
hungry.
paid $2 for it, and it was awesome. And they bought computers for the school. Like that's how it used to be.
Yes,
Before
I
government went,
agree.
no, you
Sorry,
can't do that.
yeah. And they never give you answers or anything. It's just they just shut you down. So literally people could pool their money together and so forth. Where there's a will, there's a way. And you know, I can't do this alone without anyone else feeling this and getting these pep rallies because think about it, you guys. When we literally could break the internet for crying out loud with people just recording and being a part of history all over the world. And it's not rocket science. It's not overcomplicated. It's literally just people coming together and saying enough. Like we're here to help each other. And that's it. So I am
I'm trying to find the name of the group. Okay, Lasagna Love, I think, is a global nonprofit grassroots movement that aims to positively impact communities by connecting neighbor with neighbor through homemade meal delivery.
Oh,
And we also seek to eliminate stigmas associated with asking for help when it's needed most.
Exactly.
Now, this I have to bring up because, and Jared was one of the Jared and Katie, they were the best. My husband had to have surgery, and immediately after he had surgery, I had to have surgery. And my neighbors, being the amazing people they are, and in the Mormon culture, this is just
They are
just what they do. They get behind a neighbor and they just bring meals and all the stuff. And this is never anything I've experienced in my life.
Yeah.
I've made meals for people that were, having a hard time, but I never wanted to assume that they wanted my cooking or bring it over. I didn't ever know the ethics. I didn't even know how to thank these neighbors of mine who all of them made a schedule and each one brought meals every night. And I was like, I don't know how to even thank these
That's
people.
beautiful. That's
really
beautiful.
is.
That's a
And
really
that's-
great sense of community right there.
Well,
And
I
I
also
can see
experienced
that for everyone.
I experienced a house fire where we lost everything right before Christmas in 2014. And my community around, not just where I live in Stansbury, but all through Tooele County, Salt Lake City, all over the state, and some people from out of state donated to our family. And you want to learn something humbling is be that person in need. Now, we've always donated when we've seen things. It's just something we've always done. Inherently, it feels like the right thing to do when we can't do anything. At least we can help in some way. But to be the person who gets those donations, that is so humbling.
Powerful. Yeah. I agree.
Yes. And it's really hard. It's not as easy to accept donations from people and to be that person. And you really learn the value of someone's time, someone's money, someone's, hand-me-down clothing.
Yeah.
It makes or breaks you. And that's what I think that Lasagna Love is what it's called, is what really stuck with me because I was like, I know how to make a lasagna. I'll make a lasagna. I just need to know who needs it. And so
I love it.
they had to make it a nonprofit to control it and to help fund it. Because again, just to make the supplies of a good lasagna, you got to have sausage. And
now
hamburger.
you're going to make me hungry and I don't want a lasagna.
I need to make lasagna. I need to make it for you guys. It's just so
barbecue.
It's so good. I love it. And it feeds our family for a week. And it gets better the longer you have, it's leftover. They're just better with a good lasagna. But how simple was that thought? And now it's a national thing. And you can sign up and you can be somebody that makes lasagna, or you can be someone who needs one. But
I love that.
I love the concept, and your idea is what made me think of this group, because when I first saw it, I was like, that's so simple.
Mhm.
Thank you.
It's
Like,
so
don't you find
simple.
everyone overcomplicates? I'm like,
Yeah.
I gotta do this. I gotta get the word out. So I just gotta get in front of as many people as I can on, interviews and so forth. And I feel it. I know it's gonna happen. I know when someone feels this within them, they're gonna join the group. They're gonna invite their friends. They're gonna say, you know what? I want to be on that panel. So we're looking for 30 to 50 people for every state, like die hard, loving God, anyone with a good heart, you know what I mean? To get involved. And when they realize teamwork makes the dream work, it's not going to be all on one person who makes the choice, like, hey, I want to start doing this in our city. No, that's where it comes in as a collective. So it's not all on them. And it's a great way. It's kind of like their own personal test on what you're made of and how you can bring your community together without, you get what I'm saying.
Right.
I mean,
Mhm.
teamwork makes the dream work. And if anyone wants to overthink this process, then that's on them. But the people that feel this, just imagine the stuff that you can come up with in your city and state. I think it's going to be beautiful.
Well, I'm
And
happy to help you if I can.
Yeah.
we're so going to meet. We got to connect because we got to do coffee or something because I would love to pick your brain. Not like
Yeah, me
literally
too.
pick
I
your
would like
brain,
to know
but
about your numerology stuff.
oh yeah.
I have you ever seen the movie The Shack or read the book The Shack?
No, I've
The
heard of
basketball
it.
player?
No, it's The
I
Shack.
was thinking of that at first. That's so funny. There's
Picture a small
duality in
shack in the
that.
woods. Just the story of it is a family suffers an unbelievable tragedy, and the character gets a letter to say, meet me at the shack. The shack has its own like sentimental, horrific tragedy to it, but he decides to go there where he gets to meet God and he gets to meet
Wow.
Jesus and the Holy Spirit. And do not watch the movie without a ton of tissue. That
Oh, maybe we
movie,
could have a slumber party and we could watch it together and have popcorn.
that movie is such a good movie. The book is exceptional, but the movie was well done. Tim McGraw plays in a supporting role in it. I wish he was the main character in
Now
it.
I'm seeing Holly wearing her fuzzy slippers.
My bear claw slippers.
Do you
My
want to do
booty
that,
slippers.
girlfriend? Holly,
Totally.
we could get your friends and my friends together and we could totally watch it. And we could
It's
come up with ideas. And
It is such a great film. I recommend if you don't own it, but watch it. And that movie essentially helps you kind of navigate the hard times in your life and understand that God's with you through them. And it's just such a really great thought-provoking movie that I've watched with other people, and I've literally watched their hearts settle a little to think, wow, I'm not alone in this. I'm going to be the main character in my own life. And I'm not going to act like I'm not a victim of things. I'm going through this to learn something from it. And just look around you and who's surrounding you in your lowest times. And just know that you're never by yourself. That the life is about love and loving,
It really
being
is.
loved. And we are people who need community to flourish. We need to be loved and we need to give love. And I think especially with young people, they have to know they're here for a reason, that it's not just some random thing that their parents had happen, that they're here, their souls were meant to be here and their lives are valuable. And I think that's what's lost. And I say this often on the show, that we're living in a time where life doesn't have the value on it. And it's so many young people are going to be the collateral damage of that thinking, that their lives don't really matter. And, we've got an amazing mayor in Grantsville who's been pushing, having a more community funded and for animals, for dogs and cats, things like that. The life of those animals, these no-kill shelters, to me, their lives are valuable.
They're just
And a
as
lot of
valuable
humans-
as ours, and people don't think it. They think they're above it when literally we're all God's creatures. So how can you put yourself above? You know what I mean? It's like little tiny, how I like to visualize it is when you go out in nature, it's like little tiny ecosystems, and you don't even think about these little ecosystems because you're in your own home. Or do you know what I'm saying? It's
sure.
just it's all connected, and I love when people think like that instead of just like, it's just like.
Here's the thing that I think we have an issue with, though, is that you'll find some types of people who will put an animal's life way above a human life, and you're like, wait a second, this is a human being. This is a soul. Yes, we are all God's creatures, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think just the essential kindness that needs to be displayed, kindness, humanity for animals, for people, is getting lost. It's getting lost, and we're all just a number. We're all living in like ants, and we just. It's crazy to me because I keep picturing in my mind the old meme that I've seen a million times. It's a bunch of fat cats sitting on and playing a game like a Monopoly game, and the table that's holding the game up are people, and they're leaning over, and the game is being played on their backs, and it says the game is over when the people decide to stand up. And
there we go.
Is absolutely something that goes through my mind all the time. When we stop being victims of our government, we stop being victims of each other or being put in these boxes, when we decide to be collectively human beings and just know that we're all in this together and that we can fix it. I say fat cats, I mean they're humans. They're big fat humans. Not that we fat shame on this
like
show.
Lions.
No, I know
like
what
lions.
I know which picture you're talking about. I'm just trying to.
There it is. If people stand, the game is over.
Ooh, that's
and
powerful.
That's true.
What we're doing. That's what we're going to
Yes.
do with this worldwide come together pep
We're going to
rally
show
in
it.
a city
There
near
you go.
I love it.
Do you see it?
Yes.
so
I hope I get a copy of this. That's awesome.
It says if people stand up, the game is over, which is true. There's lots of iterations of this meme
I was
everywhere.
Going to take a screenshot.
Put it back up.
Oh, I can bring it back up. We can send you a copy of this. You don't have to.
I would love that.
Yeah, I mean, it's
been great.
Obviously it's on YouTube right now and BitChute and Rumble and Facebook Live. It's all live right now.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we just
editing this later.
you're not if you want your part edited, you have to edit it because
and you're welcome to use
myself.
Welcome to use this show and your appearance on this show in any way that you like to get your message out. Put it on your website. We aren't crazy about that. What we want is we want your message out any way that we can get it.
I appreciate that. I am so thankful for both of you. Thank you so much. And one thing that you made me think of when you were talking about the animals and so forth is, again, I like to break things down in simple terms. I scratch out all the junk out of my head. And I think about this. It's like, us people, our brains have been infiltrated in every single aspect of our life and everywhere we turn. But when you think about animals, they don't know what TV and music and all that stuff is. I love the rescue dogs and all rescues, but when they are just your friend and they enjoy your company and they're just so happy, or you have a bad day and you take out your and they're always there for you, and it's because they haven't been infiltrated by all this evil yuck out there, and
they're the epitome of unconditional love.
Yeah.
And they show themselves to be that. Your cat, your dog. Cats are a little more bitchy, but a dog, for example,
I'm a dog girl.
A dog. The Indians would say, that a dog is proof, that unconditional love, and it's like it's God spelled backwards for a reason, and it's because
I have
your
a T-shirt.
dog,
I made that.
yeah, your dog will love you. And what's sad is I have a friend who rescues pits, and she's got a whole group called Stand Up for Pits organization, and she actually rescued my German Shepherd that I have now. And
are they in Utah?
Nope, they're out of Hollywood, California, but she
Oh,
got
I'd
him
love
to
to
me.
connect you.
And her name is Rebecca Corey, and it's called Stand Up for Pits. It's a whole organization, and she
I
does
have
a lot
one.
of stuff. Yeah. Well, she had one. Her name was Angel, and
Aw.
Angel changed her whole life. And because of Angel, she was beaten and she was brutally disfigured through dogfighting.
Aw.
And here's Rebecca meets this beautiful specimen who was a light in her life, and it drove her to create this entire organization that basically tries to end the stereotypical laws against pit bull ownership and all this legislation that you can't even define what a pit bull is.
Yeah, and they're taking the dogs from people in the UK. I heard they're taking pitties.
Oh,
they're not even giving them.
yeah.
I'm like,
Colorado has is it called
There's something more to that.
legislation, and yet they couldn't define what a pit bull is. Now, what she has experienced and what she's teaching in her organization is that every dog they're about love from the start. You can have a bad dog because you had a bad owner. The dogs are inherently lovable, and if you treat them well and you love them, they will return that tenfold. And especially when you rescue them, again, it's almost like they know they've been rescued. It's something. A Dog's Life, that show where the dog goes through.
Oh yes.
Now do Chihuahuas.
That sounds like a similar.
Because those are demons.
He's got a Chihuahua.
Well, I've got a Yorkie.
Yorkie.
But
They're feisty
Chihuahuas.
little ones. They're feisty.
Mine's not very feisty. She likes to play. But Chihuahuas, they're the demons. Those.
What are Chihuahuas?
I've never heard it.
Yeah,
Sounds like a
Chihuahua.
chimichanga or something.
Yeah, he's talking about words like what is it? What do they call
the Chihuahua?
jalapenos?
That's how it's spelled. Is Chihuahua?
What's a Chihuahua?
It's a Chihuahua. Do you say fajitas?
Vagitas? No,
Instead of
because A is
fajitas?
not silent. So it's fajita because you're using the standard process of using the I before a consonant and then the A.
Oh,
if you're going to make the A silent.
I love it. I call them fajitas sometimes as well.
But no,
similar humor, I guess. I don't know. That's
the Chihuahua is notoriously protected, but that's a dog that's bred. A lot of people don't know this. Chihuahuas are bred for fighting. They just have them, when they did it, they would have them fight small animals.
They think they're 9 feet tall. I've seen Chihuahuas go after not pit bulls, but Great Danes, and I'm like, this is hilarious.
It is. It's funny you say that. I remember
fearless.
back in high school. Not that I appreciate the anyhow, that's a whole nother story. But the pet store, there was a little Chihuahua in the glass encasement, and he's going after all the other puppies. I'm like, dang, look at that guy. He's a feisty.
Yeah,
they are. They're bred for combat.
That's crazy. And you know what? That's another perfect example, Holly, of bringing in the people that are passionate about the rescue animals. That could be their cause within the community thinking tanks. I mean, there's no reason.
They belong there.
Seriously, think about this, you guys. If you get people in your community, it's no different than your Facebook groups of your community that the town you live in. It's just a different type of extension, so to speak. You know what I mean? Where everyone gets involved. But my point is if someone has to, God forbid, if a loved one passed and their dog, they don't have a home or whatever, there's no reason why we can't come up with solutions where we can actually take these animals into our own homes and kind of, get the word out within these community thinking tanks. I can assure you someone will feel it and take those animals in instead of
100%.
locking them up in a stinking cage somewhere.
I think a society is judged by the way you treat the innocent among you, whether it be your elderly, your unborn children, your animals. A society is judged. And when life no longer matters and you're able to kill someone because they're no longer productive or kill someone because they were unplanned.
We're talking to you, Trudeau.
To kill a pet that is no longer useful or or even there's no space for them or whatever. I think when you start extinguishing important life in a society,
Yep.
your society is lost.
Yep. And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
crazy you're saying that, because that's how I got involved with, granted, there are tons of rescue animal shelters everywhere, all over the country. And I got pulled into the Second Chance Animal Rescue of Puerto Rico. And Bonnie Lucas is just my hero. I got pulled into it because I heard about, how the community is so poor down there that people they nickname a beach Bloodbath Beach, because it's too expensive to get them spayed or neutered. They got to feed their family first. And this is what they do. And that's how I got involved. And I got a problem with that. That's a problem, people. I mean, think about that. You can't we got to stop. We got to come up with solutions. And that's what the community thinking tanks are about.
Well, I highly recommend you should check out Stand Up for Pits organization by Rebecca Corey. And she's kind of a star. She was on Last Comic Standing, and she was in a show that was produced by Ellen. She lives in Hollywood. She's amazing comedian. And she's a personal friend who she actually came to Utah for a group that we were working with and does a comedy show to raise money. And again, my heart's never been attached to the pit bull breed. Not that I don't love them, but I told her, she's like, "Are you going to adopt one of these dogs today?" And I says, I'm a German Shepherd girl. I always have been. It's what I love.
Yeah.
And she looks at me and shows me her wrist, and on her wrist it said Sam, and she's like, "That was my German Shepherd. I get it. I'll find you one." And it was only a few months go by, and she's like, "He has been through hell, and he's 6 months old, but he's already been through absolute hell. Can you give him a home?" And I got him sight unseen, like in person. I got a photo of him. And he has been such a light in our family. Now he's highly protective, and he's had to do a lot of training. And again, we just love him. He's a family member. I don't let him around strangers. I know better. But
you're responsible dog owner.
Well, yes. And he will die for our family. He knew he'd never even been on a bed before. His elbows were so torn up from sleeping on the cement. And when he came to our house, I think it was such a shock for him that, wow, these people are feeding me and loving me and sweet to me, that he said, basically, "I'm going to die for you people."
That's what they do.
Amazing.
And that's how we should all be for each other, to be honest with you. That's how we should. I would love to team up with her. I think, because I'm ready to, once we get these going, that's my personal cause, are the rescue animals. So I think her and I, if you want to include her, you got to join the group, guys. So then we can start adding all our people and get this thing going.
Well, it would be so cool to have someone on a panel that can do comedy. She's more, I think she does a lot of adult comedy, but my friend Rebecca, who runs this group, she tours all over the country making money for this Stand Up for Pits organization, and all the time doing it through comedians. And it drives people to their shows because they like entertainment. Idea. The country needs entertainment right now. Yes, and they need to feel like they're donating to a good cause. So I think that would be just one, and that's just one group I'm thinking of that kind of go.
Let's get her to come out to Utah again soon. Maybe we can get her to come out for our rally. Okay, you guys, you have to reserve the date. Saturday.
It's on my calendar.
12th.
Oh yeah, we'll be there.
I love it. And I didn't even think of this. And I know it's just another validation that this is a sign, and I can't make this stuff up, it's all connected. My buddy and I, Chris, were talking about narrowing down the date. So we're like, okay, September, no, too busy, too soon, school, last minute vacations. And then we're like October, and I'm like, I'm not going to go anywhere near that evil, satanic, like Halloween day. Yuck, no. And then we thought that, okay, it can't be on Sundays because the Mormons go to church on Sunday. So we picked a Saturday, and I picked a Saturday. And I didn't even realize till a couple days later, it's the day my mom passed. And I didn't even know until later that that's when John Denver passed away as well. I'm like, okay, I can't, because I got my ideas from the movies of Oh God. Does that make
That's
sense?
heavy.
Yeah.
Now he died in a plane wreck, didn't he?
I don't believe he's dead.
Oh,
What?
okay. He's
That's a whole
News
nother
reports
story.
that he died in a plane crash.
I think there's a lot of them that are still around. That's going to be part of the big surprise for people. Because when everything gets so scary, it's just a theory I have, and a lot of people, millions actually have that theory. But
What do you think that? Do you think that the second coming will happen, and the people will get to see truth, or what do you think is going to happen that's going to wake everybody up? That will bring the truth in.
I actually, and I know that some of your viewers might think, oh my gosh, that's a big head. I don't have a big head. I just speak my truth, and I speak from here. And I believe that us doing these worldwide come together pep rallies is going to be the solution of de-escalating all the horrific stuff that's happening. It's going to prove to people that stop overthinking, get to know your neighbor again. I mean, doesn't it make you sad, people? I literally, when I moved out here, I thought, gosh, Utah's no different. I was playing outside ever since I was a little girl up until high school. You don't even see kids outside. People don't even really know their neighbors anymore. This
It's the
is the
internet.
perfect.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's the internet.
We showed you where the pedophiles are. You don't dare put your child out there.
No, I'm going to tell you right now. It's the internet. Right now, when I turned 16, I could not wait to cross that barrier into the driver's license. And nowadays, only certain kids care about that. But
you're right. They're too afraid to get it.
No,
now.
they're not. It's not that they're afraid. It's that when I got driver's license was the ability, the freedom to go and see my friends easier. And my friend group could get wider. Like I could go from having friends around Grantsville, maybe a few in Tooele, to where I had friends in Salt Lake I could go visit. So the internet made it so that your friend groups and your hangouts got online, and that's how people date now. People don't go and meet people at places anymore. They meet up in the internet. Now it's done a lot of positive things. It's made it so that you can be more specific about how you date, and there's not as much scattershot as there used to be. Although the outcomes of it, I can honestly say haven't been fantastic for our demographics, if you'd say. But the demographics, that also goes with it's crazy. There's studies out there that the harder the life is and the more pressures on your life drive demographics up. Why is Israel have higher demographics than, say, Germany? Well, Israel has enemies all around them that's putting pressure on them at all times, and they've got to breed to survive.
Yeah.
Germany has an enemy that they've elected into their Capitol building, and that's it. And so they're okay, just a lot like us. And so you look at different studies, but it's the internet. The internet has driven this to where if you go up to any 7-year-old kid right now and say, do you want to go outside and ride your bike, or do you want to jump online and play Fortnite
or watch TikTok?
They're going to want to go play. Well, TikToks if they're a girl, play Fortnite if they're a boy, because that's the new Fortnite. That's the new meeting ground. Whereas at our age, we would want to go down to the gas station that had the cool arcade game, the cool
or the 5-cent candy.
I was with you, Holly. I'm like, I got those little razzles and stuff, and and things like that.
That independence, that freedom was something we sought.
Yeah,
and we appreciated.
I remember that. I remember that too.
My kids don't even care to leave the house.
Kids still look for that freedom. That freedom is now, I would argue, there's a bigger freedom for them than even we had on the internet. Their freedom to explore broader areas. When I was a kid, we could, prior to my driver's license, we could explore maybe a 12 mile square area. And then after the driver's license, that expand to, a 50-mile square area, depending on your allowance. But the kids, they can explore much broader areas. Kids are making friends. If they have an interest in Southeast Asian culture, they will make friends that they'll never meet face to face with that same interest. And 2 years ago, there were, I looked into this, there were 3 weddings that were hosted on the Meta where you put on the goggles. 3 weddings, the whole reception was there, where the couple, the bride and groom, had never met in person.
Their avatars got married.
And the guests were all there in avatar. Like grandma, they had to buy grandma an Oculus, pop it on her head, and she went to a wedding that was all hosted in
a metaverse.
In the metaverse.
That's like
what you're saying is that the adage that you use often on this show is that hard times create strong men, and soft times create, what is it?
Or is it strong times create hard men? I don't know. Anyways.
What?
Never mind.
Don't be gross. Okay.
No,
it's David says a little pressure makes diamonds. I loved that. And he also says the internet is still the most amazing thing in my lifetime, though. Like tools, it's how you use it. Wait until we have cyborg implants and we were all connected.
Oh, there's that.
That's creepy.
There's that guy that just came out that has the chip in his head that can now play chess on the computer.
Guy, the Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Elon Musk has developed a chip. I think
I'm so
that's the mark of the beast, but
I'm so anti against all that. I can't wait to go back to simple, more organic.
What? Well, hold on. Before you say that, is there a part of your life where if an implant could offer you so you like to garden? What if they came out? What if they came out with an implant where you could have communication with your plants to see how they're doing?
I think it's gonna. I think it's gonna happen.
I'm not asking because you said I would not do it, but you've got to remember there's an in.
I'm a believer
that
when we have, because I'm a believer of the big EBS, and I think when the EBS happens,
what's EBS?
The emergency broadcast system.
Okay.
I'm a big believer in that, and I've done a lot of research on that. And what I have found is that the Bible and every esoteric religion speaks of the grand solar flash. Now, people don't realize when the EBS goes off, it's going to zap all the bad technology. And they speak of parables of this in the Bible that people will be activated. See, what a lot of people don't realize is that this is a spiritual war after your DNA. That's why they were pushing that. They wanted to disattach you from your Christ DNA. That was the big part of the push of that. So I believe that whenever it is, that's when we're all activated, where literally our DNA is upgraded. Because when you match up all the parables within the Bible, they're already telling you people are going to have golden celestial bodies and this and that. I'm a big believer in a lot. I believe there's a lot of truth to the Mormon religion. I don't want chips in my head. I don't care.
My point is the offerings.
They'll find that thing.
The thing you want, like,
and it'll put you over the board of I'm not doing this to, because some people it's going to be convenience that just sucks them in.
Oh, so some people will totally do it for the easiest thing. Like I'll be able to wave my hand in front of the vending machine, it'll cough a Diet Coke out in my face.
That's just promoting people being more lazy.
Sure.
But
that's enough.
But that wouldn't draw me in.
It wouldn't draw me in either.
But something might draw me in, like I don't know, like
you connect with a child, your child. You have a connection where you can understand.
What if you could have? What if you could have a chip where it was like Not a constant connection, because I don't know what he's doing. I don't want to know what he's doing all the time, because there's times when he's in the bathroom pinching
Okay.
off a heavy,
Don't
and
be
I don't
gross.
want to communicate with him then. But but there and me, that wouldn't draw me in either. I'd rather just call him. But there are connections.
What
Yeah.
if it was a connection that could put you into a prayerful or a meditative
There
state
could be so
that
many.
allows you to
See, that wouldn't
connect.
draw me in
But
either.
I
People
already
would
get in
connect
that.
there.
I already get in that mindset
Yeah,
when I go into meditation.
and I'm not trying to convince you
No,
that
I'm just saying that's how
this
they're going
would
to
be
get
it.
people.
But I want you to take a minute and explore what could be on offer that would make you think about doing it. Because remember, there's so many things that make me good at math, make me so I can speak better. There could be so
I
many
need
things.
to
All the
read
languages.
faster. After I went through the change early, ugh.
But
I
you could
went
learn
crazy.
like
I-
all the
I was
languages
like,
to be
yeah.
bilingual.
Well, here's my take on it, and I'm just going to be honest and frank, is I don't trust any of that technology because I've already seen what they did with that. I don't trust them. So they always pitch things as, oh, it's going to make everything so simple and great, and you're going to be able to do so much. No, I don't trust it because once it's in you, they're going to do what they want. That's just my take.
You're talking about the jab, and what I think that you're making an excellent point is look how hard they had to sell it. And when they're trying to sell something that hard, it can't be good. If they have to sell it and promote it and give away cookies or money,
try to force it.
or mandate it,
Gosh,
right there,
guys.
it can't be good.
Did you see the commercial? This infuriated me. Did you see the big billboards out here in Utah where they're pitching getting that with the kids? They even had a commercial with cotton candy and rainbows and all that. I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. Is
When
this
you
how
looked
they're
at the
trying to pull people?
science, and the science said children were the least likely to have any side effects, suffer, or even die from it. The percentages was so far off that to me, it was black and white.
Yeah, me too.
My
I was like,
friends,
I'm not getting that.
Some of my close friends still got it for their kids, not because they wanted or believed in it, but because by not getting it, their child wasn't able to compete in sports or
that
able
breaks
to go to a certain school or be a member of a certain group. And that has to be the hardest thing ever. And I don't think it's going to age well. I really don't.
Yeah.
I think it's already not. I mean, it's already not. They're already saying it's not a vaccine at all. It's considered.
It's an mRNA. They say
Yeah.
it right. And then, like, you say that to someone who doesn't believe what you're saying. I'm like, go look up what mRNA means. Just type it in. And they don't want to. They still, I'm like, oh.
But it's because now, if it's not a vaccine,
exactly,
then you can actually sue for the side effects. If it's not under the guise of preventing, it has to be called an mRNA. But you can actually sue the government or whoever makes the product. And I'm seeing that lawsuits now are coming out.
Oh, I've heard that it's going off the charts.
The CDC's actually showing a lot of the communications from people who had what they believe side effects.
Yeah. My neighbor. Yeah, my neighbor. Her brothers took them. They both lived in California. They took it a year apart from each other. Within 1 week, they both passed away.
Oh,
and
my
gosh. The first brother, I felt so bad for her because she's the one that has been taking care of all their estates on top of her own family and her dad's failing health and mom's failing health. And when the first brother passed away, she said to the coroner, she says, I think it has to do with that. And as soon as she said that, he says, you have to go get your own private
attorney.
Meaning coroner to
put own private ME.
Yeah. And
they're not going to look into that right now. They can't. They can't.
Too much money. And
this is like when I say whenever anyone tries to bring an argument against the government to the Supreme Court, when Chevron deference got knocked down, I was shocked because normally the Supreme Court will make decisions to keep government strong because you you wouldn't want to, it would be unhealthy to expect them to adjudicate themselves saying they were wrong. And when they knocked it down, I was shocked, which is huge. No one yet realizes how big it was, especially, here's a message to you Democrats. You say you want democracy. The ultimate in democracy is that the people you democratically elect make the laws. Chevron deference made it so that people you did not elect make the laws. By knocking that down, they made it so that laws are back in the democratic field of play.
Well, the Republic, I mean, you choose those representatives. So
No, I agree, but I'm speaking to Democrats right now because
Democrats, we are not a democracy.
I said that just the other day.
Did you see Biden even said that?
He used democracy, I think, 6 times, and then he used republic at the end. Did you see?
Well, he said we are a republic,
Yes.
and he talked about what was the lady's name who asked?
He said Ben Franklin.
Ben Franklin. God, I used to know her name. He came out and she said, "What kind of government did he get?" And he said, "A republic if you can keep it." Whether that's a true story or something made up, you know.
It's historically written. I believe he wrote it in his diaries, his journals.
Yeah. The lady's name, what was her name? Gosh, dang it.
Is it important to the conversation?
Sure, always.
Anyways,
I'm speaking to the Democrats. The Democrats are angry about it because the Democrats right now are, I've heard it called urban monoculture or the cathedral, but they're all college educated and they think they lean on certificates for the value of what is said. And so they want to lean on these professionals like, let's call out a few professionals, Anthony Fauci, funding to make a virus more contagious that we'll just say it accidentally escaped
kill
and
millions, be used as a weapon.
Yeah, and then he overreacted trying to cover up what he did. This is my read on it. He overreacted because it wasn't as dangerous as they said, but they overreacted to cover it up to make it a bigger issue.
You had to
so that they could, so that they could do it. And then the Democrats all leaned on that because it was good for their electoral prospects. They wanted to
well, let's be fair though. A lot of the Democrats were sold that garbage that it would protect them and it would protect their neighbors.
Well, sheep are going to do what sheep are going to do.
And they ran with that you're the problem if you don't get this. But again, they were absolutely against anything that was put out before January 20th, 2021.
Yes, they were.
Anybody talking about it, I'm not taking Trump's thing. But then as soon as the new party got in and they're like, everybody needs to take this, they're like, oh, tie me up.
Well, and remember, Pfizer.
And I don't mean to laugh, but it's just part of the program where we react that way.
Everyone, we need to remember, Pfizer had the product ready to go
before it came out.
Was it November?
Yeah, they didn't release it because of the president at the time.
They withheld it.
It was already patented. It was already patented.
It was ready to go. They withheld it for 2 months. And you could read conspiracy into it saying, but they withheld it so that whoever won, because there's this contention on one side and some Republicans were pro it.
Trump helped him get that patent and get through all the red tape.
Let me make this point. Some Republicans were pro it prior to the next president. And what they did is they released it under the new president so that it didn't carry any political stain on it.
Makes sense.
And they came out and publicly said that, which is wild to me. And
makes you wonder if they have a cure for cancer. They're just sitting on.
Oh my gosh, Holly, it's so crazy. You just said that. I heard on a clip on the fake news the other day how he said they're going to have a cure for cancer by January. So to me, I'm thinking med beds. They're like to leave.
What's a med bed?
What?
I'll tell you,
she's adorable. I can't handle it.
There's a cure for
her reactions.
There's a cure for cancer and autism and all that, and it's called being Amish.
Well, that as well. No, if you look up Tesla med beds, they're popping up. Locations are popping up all over the world.
Really? What, you slide in there like on Star Trek and they scan you?
I haven't seen it, but it was created by doctors. They've withheld it from the public. This isn't woohoo, made up stuff. People can literally type in Tesla medbed locations and they'll learn everything about it. And it. Let me spell it out. It CURES everything. And when people find out that that's real, they're going to hit the roof. And like people like me, who I lost my parents and so forth, this is not woohoo stuff. This is scientific. And our government knows about it. I can't believe you don't know about that.
Okay, BBC says it doesn't exist.
A cure.
But Groupon, we can get a Groupon for it. We can all go lay in a med bed together.
Look, I lost my father to a glioblastoma stage 4. I will lose my ever-loving mind if I were to find out there was a cure for cancer in this country.
That's how
and
I
it
feel.
was held. So the logical person of me is saying this can't be a thing. They can't be doing this. There's too many great people we would lose. I mean, we've lost senators. We had a president with Alzheimer's. We still have a president.
Here, I just brought it up. Tesla Bio Healing. And let's see. They're in Butler, Pennsylvania, Milford, Delaware. They're up.
He found a Groupon for us to do it here.
Yeah, let's see where
hotels built around it.
Where's the closest one that we can get on Groupon?
That would be cool.
Groupon, we go lay in there.
I want to get my 30-year-old body back and be anyhow, I did
get my 30-year-old body back.
I would settle for my 40-year-old body at this point.
Me too. Oh my gosh, no, I ended up getting that same surgery as Angelina Jolie. She got the surgery because her mom had breast cancer. So I lost my mom and my aunt. Yeah, I did the preventative one where literally they rip your whole chest out and everything. And what I found is I was all gung ho. I'm like, oh my gosh, they were saying that, you have a 98% chance of not getting it now. So that's why I did it. And even the local news and everything interviewed me and so forth. Here, I'm thinking I'm doing something good within not even, I think, shortly after that interview, all of a sudden my body started shifting. I'm in my late 30s at this point. I should have been like enjoying my life and all that. It started with, I was starting to get the night sweats, the day sweats. I was having a hard time reading. I started having everything. And I kept going to my doctor. I'm like, what's going on with me? And is that happening? And she's like, no, there seems to be no evidence. But the thing is back then, it's like the same thing they say about everything now. There seems to be no evidence on this and that. Well, I didn't recognize that back then until I ended up finding a holistic doctor. We became very good friends. We're still very good friends. She actually, she was a mainstream doctor for over 20 years and she got out of it. That's why she went holistic. She was even on FDA panels and so forth. And she's like,
she's telling you the government is making sure that we treat you, we keep you sick. Yeah. Because there's more money in keeping you sick.
Look at this.
Yes. Than rewarding doctors for keeping you healthy.
Yeah.
Like, well, here's they do that in some countries.
She wrote a book on hormones and she said, she told me this directly. She said, Sharon, they don't perform this surgery in other countries. Matter of fact, I have a video clip of a doctor that was on Fox News that I document everything. He said the same thing. He says they will not perform that prophylactic double mastectomy in any other country because they know that this is the same surgery they want to give little girls to be a transgender.
Right. And it throws you into premenopause. Is that correct?
So they know. And I'm just telling you, I literally, it stripped me of my mind, body, soul, and spirit. It literally took 10 years and robbed 10 years of my life. And what pisses me off, excuse my language, is that I was telling other people to get this surgery in the beginning because I was so now I'm just sharing with everyone. I am sorry. I had no idea. And I'm starting to find other women that had the surgery that said, yeah, me too. Like, it seemed like within just a couple years after I had that, and it's pure hell. You do not want to go through it. It is torture.
It sounds like it. They
Sorry.
cut off parts of your body?
Oh my gosh, my boobs are so botched. It's awful. Excuse me.
Well, no, I mean, just
they
the,
take all your breast tissue out.
just all the recovery from that.
Under your arm. Oh my gosh, it was almost it was like 5.5 hours, and it was very, very hard for me to admit this, but what happened, Holly, you'll understand this. You know how like we don't like to share that we have any weakness within us or anything? Like literally I think it started happening about 2 weeks after my surgery till about 5 months after, is I had amnesia from the surgery. Like I literally could not even remember what I was doing in the other room. I mean, I know all of us do that, and a lot of us moms do that to begin with, but it was getting scary. I'm like, holy, you know what is going on? And that's when I found out also that when you end up going under anesthesia, for every hour that you are underneath anesthesia, there is a chance that you will lose your memory to a degree on short term. And that's what happened to me. And it started to go away probably after 6 or 7 months. So talk about being scary, and you're trying to go to a doctor getting answers and they're just lying to you. I shouldn't say lying, because a lot of them are obviously being trained, you know?
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm like, you guys are giving me no answers. No answers. What the heck is going on?
Well, it's Rockefeller medicine is what they say.
I was
Thank
told
you.
that, and with the situation I'm dealing with in my body, is that's why they call it practicing medicine, because they don't have all the answers. And that's a fair answer. But at the same time, you're thinking you have technology that can do this and this and this, and you can't find
Tesla
this
med
or
beds.
find an answer for this that's actually right in front of you. It's stressful. I also went through, I had to have a hysterectomy, which I'm not even 50. And I know about the night sweats and the day sweats. And here's the thing that gets me. Women don't talk about this. They just don't. No one warned me about some of the things that were happening to me. Blurry vision. I mean, I've always had terrible vision, but this was like, I can't even read my 85-inch television screen. I'm 6 feet away from it. I can't read the fine
I just
print.
need to point out, folks, we've changed the show to Lady Talk, and carry on, ladies. Keep going with the future. I'll be sitting.
We're going to
over
spill
here.
the tea.
I'll just slide out of frame, and Holly will slide in. And
No, I'm with you. And I've talked to many women since then who had the exact same feeling, like they couldn't talk about it because it's embarrassing stuff.
Exactly.
And yet you want them to, so that you're better prepared, not because they're going to change your mind on anything, but because they're going to let you know that you're not alone, that this is
that's how I
just
felt.
you.
So you feel it too. We should do a future show for women about this stuff.
I'm
so
down.
We can pull it out of them and be like, me too. You know what I mean?
We'll call it the Vagina Monologues, and you don't have to come.
no, just call it #MeToo.
They've already used that one.
Okay.
That's awesome.
The star
Us
symbol.
too.
Star me too, or pound me too.
No, we don't say that. That's
inappropriate.
That's so inappropriate.
Pound me too is?
Yeah.
Isn't that the
It's more
button?
of a question mark.
Oh, question mark me too.
Don't be gross. No, pound me too. Question mark.
Anyway,
that's what I thought he said.
You guys could explore all different avenues of this if you do
it's a
that.
hashtag, but us Gen Xers were like, no, that's a pound sign. This is inappropriate.
Remember, when did that change? It was, if you're calling on the old phone, you know, the original push button phones, it was pound, and then
69.
Yeah, that's how you get a call back,
It's
right?
true. That's how you could figure out who called you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so our generation grew up without a pound sign.
Was it 69
No.
or 67?
Oh, it was star 69.
Yeah, star 69.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the pound was
for information.
For information, or when you wanted to leave messages on certain.
But again, it was a pound sign. This is what it's always been. And then the new generation is like hashtag this. That's the internet. Thank you. But still, like when we were talking about the Me Too movement, I used to say, what is pound me too? This is weird. And then it was not what I expected. But I was raised with just enough dysfunction in my childhood to be still a little bit funny. So I think every kid
me
needs
too.
dysfunction a little, just to keep them funny. I believe in that.
I had a great older brother, and he had a great sense of humor. He has a great sense of humor. So I'm grateful for that. So I'm not as uptight, you know.
So I'm so immature. Every time you say New Hampshire, in my head, I think of
On Golden
What
Pond?
About Bob?
Oh,
And
yeah.
when he's trying to figure out where the doctor is, and he's like, New Hampshire. Every time someone says New Hampshire, I hear that New Hampshire. Like he's been. If you haven't seen What About Bob,
I have. He had the fish. He had the goldfish
Bill
in
Murray.
the bowl. Yeah, he had the goldfish, right?
Go see it. Don't go see it. Rent
seen
it. Buy
I've
it.
seen it. I had
I'm
a
telling
fish
my
video.
audience here. Check out What About Bob if you haven't seen it. That is a classic, and that is a great movie. I don't know if it aged well because it deals with mental illness and stuff, but it's so funny. It's so great.
I might have to revisit that and do some decoding.
Me and my brothers, we've watched that a million times when we were young, so we know way too much about.
I want to go up to New Hampshire to Pork Fest.
Of course you do. Me too.
Pork Fest in New Hampshire? What's
Pork Fest?
Oh, I don't know. Is that in Portsmouth?
No,
it's wherever pork is sold.
No, it's a libertarian festival.
Well, then lead with that. What is Pork Fest? What does the pork have to do with it? They just barbecue? New Hampshire's not known for barbecue.
Yeah, not really. Every time I bring up New Hampshire, people are like, "Oh, the movie on Golden Pond." Everyone is like, "Oh, I love that movie."
New Hampshire.
So
David says,
so it says
it
pork.
Changed when they said I could not use the word retard.
Pork Fest. Pork stands for porcupine, which is the symbol.
Okay, that's really smart.
Which is the symbol of the Libertarian Party.
PORC.
Yep.
Fest.
But I want to go up there to Pork Fest. Just to go meet all the other hippie libertarians.
Yeah, where's the guy with the frisbee and being like, legalize pot?
Oh, I'm sure it's everywhere. But look, there's the Appeal to Heaven flag.
There's always one.
You're libertarian. But yeah.
I need my glasses. I can't see that.
What does that say? Free Ross?
Yes, there'll be a lot of free Ross.
What's that?
Ross Ulbricht, the guy who started the Silk Road.
Silk Road. You know, I'm gonna start doing decodes
in prison
because that's how my mind works. There are no coincidences.
And Donald Trump has made a promise to look into freeing Ross.
Well, I hope he makes a promise to open up all the studies and all the investigation into what we're watching right now with his own assassination attempt.
Oh.
He did promise to open up the JFK files, but then changed his mind.
Yeah, probably because he looked in there and probably because the CIA said, come here. Let's show you the rest of the Zapruder film. Any questions? He was in a vape-filled room with the CIA. Well, no one smokes anymore. It's all
back
vape
then,
filled.
though. In 2020, they did, or 2016, they still did.
It was half vape.
Well, I really loved this interview. I have really thoroughly enjoyed this interview. You are just
this is
so fun.
Thank you. You are too. I feel like I've known you my whole life or something. It's so cool. Like, isn't it nice to connect with like-minded people where you just can be yourself and not be judged? And that's how this feels. And thank you for that.
I'm so glad to hear that.
Let's plan on down the road scheduling another show. I want to hear about this. Is it gematria? How do you spell that?
Oh, gematria. It's GEMATRIA.org.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to look into it because I'm going to invite you to come back on sometime.
Oh, I'd love it. If I could bring some of my real diehard friends that do it, you'll learn a lot. And you cannot deny it. It all connects. There are big rumors, too, that when they took down a lot of President Trump's tweets from years ago, it's because a lot of people were literally doing coding, and it was lining up the storyline even before it happened.
Well,
You
we'll
can't
have you
make that
come on
stuff
and
up.
we'll have you come on and give us a little showing of that.
I love it. And Holly and I need to do one for the ladies too, and all that stuff we were
Yeah,
talking
lady
about.
cast. You
We
could
gotta-
do that.
I think that's a good
Hashtag
idea.
me too.
No, I don't want to have anything to do with Me Too. I
Oh,
want to talk about
hashtag us
real
also.
life, because this is something that women absolutely keep to themselves. And because
Absolutely.
as women, we don't want to complain,
I'll just
believe it or not. And we don't want to look like we can't handle something.
Exactly.
And yet it's
Keeping it together.
legit. Your body literally betrays you in so many ways that you're just like, what is happening? The weight you put on, no one tells you you're going to gain 40 pounds. No one tells
I didn't
you
do
you're
that.
going to
I
smell
know.
different. You're
Oh
going
my
to smell
gosh.
totally different. That you
gotta
can't
stick up
stand
your-
to be around yourself. I mean, there are so many.
I thought you said
things.
you guys were going to do a different show on that.
We'll have to come up with the good
I'll
hashtag.
just be the producer.
No, hormones are like, they are so
Evil.
unknown that it's terrifying. And
so let's think of names.
I really
You
think
could
we should
do
talk about it.
Star us also.
We don't need a hashtag. We're grown-ups.
I said star
We're
us
gonna
also.
find something good. But here's one thing to think about. You just made me think of something really, really quick about. Oh, it just goes to show. I mean, literally, there's a serpent in all the health department logos in the Bible. What does that represent? You see what I'm saying? Like, they do everything in disguise. And don't get me wrong, I do believe that there are certain medications to help people and so forth, but it's the easy way out.
We're talking to you, Viagra.
I'm lucky to live in a time where medications exist and not live back then where you died from the common cold and fever and stuff like that. But yes, there's also a plan that it's very profitable to keep people sick. And I've always been against a nationwide healthcare system, because I think you get a small glance when you look at the VA of how that can be so corrupted and messed up.
What? Tell me more about this VA thing.
I think that there does have to be an absolute change of thought when it comes to insurance and the ability to afford it and purchase it. And it should not have borders and boundaries and restrictions. And there should also be full transparency that this is how much your surgery is going to cost you at this hospital. Here's what it cost you at this hospital.
No.
Trump had started with executive orders, which needs to stop. Executive orders need to stop. Everything needs to go through the Senate. And if your own party is not willing to back you or this president, we need to be able to call him out and go, nope, you are the problem. You are the deep state. You are the swamp. You are voting against the people that this republic has actually deemed our government, and you're not representing. So you need to go.
Yeah.
So I think that healthcare is another huge issue. I mean, some people have to pay for their health insurance, and like me, since 2008, our health insurance has over quadrupled. And it's about as much as a mortgage. And yet I'm still paying out for surgeries I have to have and doctor visits I have to have. And you're barely able to stay on top of it. And most Americans are either in debt to a provider somewhere or have gone bankrupt over healthcare. Not most, but many. And it's absolutely insane. I don't think the answer is you make an absolute healthcare, a nationwide healthcare. I think you at least start looking at what is wrong with what we have and how do we fix it.
Well, I don't know. I think
our
healthcare admiral is very admirable.
Who's that dude?
I think that when people find out about the holistic approaches and the Tesla med beds and all that, they're painless. They don't affect your medications or devices in your body. And they're simple. They're relaxing from what I've heard. And I can't wait. I want to try one sometime. I want like my whole...
We'll have to hook up that Groupon.
We didn't see if there was one in Utah.
We'll go in as a group and we'll all...
I worry about things like this, though, because if somebody's got selling that idea anybody sick is going to go there. It's going to be a big cash grab. So if it works, I mean, legit works, that would be awesome. Proving that it actually works would be.
I can share with you a quick story that I've done out here. There's another, and I was like everyone else. I was skeptical. It's called EE therapy. You just type in EE therapy, and literally you'll find locations popping up all over the world. And they're popping up everywhere all over this country like hotcakes. So same thing. It doesn't affect, and it's created by doctors, and it doesn't affect your meds, any device. It's actually very, very relaxing. But one of my side effects from going through the change is my knees. Did you go through that? Did you bruise easily and like your knees or your bones felt really like breakable and just
my knees?
Yep.
My knees hurt so bad just sitting here.
Okay. So
yeah, as you can tell, as you watch the show, about 2 hours in, she starts dancing in her chair, and she's got a big bruise on her knee right now.
I'm going to treat you.
She'll start dancing. I need to get her one of those squatty potties to put under her chair so she can.
It's not a squatty potty. You mean like a big ball?
No, the bench that you put your feet on. The
you
squatty
lift your
potty.
legs up to help you go poo poo.
I know what it is. Thank you. My knees just hurt if they're cold, like in a movie theater or something.
Do they
can
click
barely walk. Yeah, but I was a cheerleader for a lot of years, and I did really bad damage to my body and stunts and things like that, and dance.
EE therapy. So I became very good friends with the husband and wife team, Audra and Jesse Moore. They run a place called Heightened Vitality in Draper. So I went, and they always recommend that you go for like 2 hours, and you don't want to be on your phone if you want to listen to spa music, which I did, bring a blanket and some water. But what it is, it's all based off of Nikola Tesla's frequency and energy. Like literally, this is legit. And again, I thought, I'm not expecting anything. I'm not even kidding you. When I walked out of there, I don't know how to explain it. I did an interview for them because I was so blown away. My knees felt like I had gel cushions between them when I left there. And it lasted probably like almost 3 weeks. And it was way less cheaper than going to the doctor and popping pills. I mean, it was the most amazing feeling that I'd ever felt. So for me, that was my own personal validation of how amazing this stuff works. So if I could do it all
on
the
their
time,
website right now.
So do they help with chronic pain?
Oh my gosh, there's tons of people. So the one thing that I love about the main site for EE therapy is there are everyday people sharing their stories. I mean, when I went there one time, matter of fact, there were 2 older women. They were sitting across from my girlfriend and I, and we were just, small talking, and they drove all the way from Colorado. Well, one of the women was in the process of opening her own EE therapy out there, but that's why she came here. They just wanted to sit in it all weekend and recharge. But how they met was apparently they both had cataracts really, really bad. And they met through some type of group. And they said that both of them, it was either the first or the second. I'm trying to remember. Was it the first one? The first session or by the second session? And they had really bad cataracts, completely gone and never came back. And that's exactly why she's opening her own center, because when you start doing your research and you listen, these are doctors. They're not woohoo doctors. They're actual doctors and scientists that created this. And it's amazing. So if I could sit in one of Holly, actually, before the end of the month, they're having a deal. It's like $199 for the month, and you can literally, as long as they don't have people there, you can sit there as long as you want. So people that literally have bad, I mean, it does for cancer too. I walked in there, and I know you're not supposed to say certain things, but there were kids that have really, really severe, what was it? The kid had something. I can't remember. And the kid, I mean, a lot of kids are going too, because it's literally building up their systems, and it's ridding of whatever is bad in their system. And it's just, people just need to look into it.
I'm just looking to see what kind of price it charges.
Well, if you do it,
So,
they
2 hours,
so right.
$50. Okay, that's not bad.
Oh, heck, you could go in and
Jeez.
try it. And if it
It's
works,
cheaper
then
than a
you,
massage.
Well, here's the thing, Jesse. So this is how I found them. It was kind of funny because I almost gave up. I couldn't find their place. I'm just like, I'm from New Hampshire, this tiny little town.
New
So when I
Hampshire?
go in when I'm in the big city, I'm like, but it kept running me in circles. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to cancel. And he was so nice. He came and he swung by, brought me there. And what I loved is before I went to that session, he spent some time and talked to me. And he's a big dude. He's like in his 50s, and he played for the U, and he had torn ACLs and knees and all that, and he had tons of surgeries, and he heard about this, so he started looking into it, and he's done very well for himself. So he actually was able to buy a whole huge system for his home.
Is it sound? Is it light? What is it?
It's almost like if
Because
you
they can do
look,
remote
they're like
sessions.
computer
So
screen. Yeah, they're like computer screens, and it's like rainbows going across the screen, and it's all based on energy, and it goes through your body. And actually, the first thing I recognized, they said this too. They said your fingers might tingle and stuff, but don't worry. And they did. Like everything in my body was tingling. It's just a really cool, trippy feeling. But my point is he ended up getting a system for his home because he just was tired of getting surgeries left and right. Healed his body, I think he said, in less than 2 months. And we're talking torn ACLs and really bad stuff. And so he started opening it up to his family and friends. And then finally he's like, I know it's not picking up here, but eventually people are going to pick up on this. And I think they're brilliant because once people realize that this stuff exists and it's going to help people, and it's better than popping, a $500 script or something from your doctors, or taking the day off from work, or paying, $50 on your app for some junk food, you can go heal your body.
Well, if there's anything that could help you for pain, that would keep you from even needing pain meds, so that would be a game changer.
well, at 50
That's what it
bucks,
does.
I think you need to just try it.
Yeah.
See if it helps
Yeah.
your knees out.
Well,
I'm
if
sure my
people
mom
are-
is thinking that right now. Her mom.
Well, tell her before the end of the month, they're doing a deal for, I think they said it's $199. And when you think about this, guys, if someone is, see, of course, they make you super scared, with your commercials. They brainwash you so much. Oh, consult your doctor. Don't do this or this and
Yeah,
that.
because the side effects involve
I
anal leakage. It's like, wait,
Side effects
what?
are like when
I
you
know.
have a heart
There's an
attack,
ad
this
for
is-
migraines. I can't make this up, Sharon. There's an ad for
my God.
migraines where side effects may include migraines. I was like,
Is that
what?
a joke? That's actually pretty funny.
It's real. And it was my daughter, who was 11 at the time, goes, because we always make fun of the side effects because it's just, they're so long and they're so like terrible. And my daughter goes, Mom, you've got to see this. This is an ad for migraines. And look at the side effects. And she'd paused it.
Smart kid. She's already looking.
Yes, I try to show them. I mean, I was in marketing in my life and studied marketing in college. So I try to always show them that what you see is not necessarily what you get. And I always teach them, believe half of what you hear, or no, nothing that you hear and half of what you see, because we are living in an age of technology where they can make you see things that aren't real. But marketing is propaganda that's designed to make you feel, give you the feels, and make you do and act emotional. And it's brilliant. It's psychology, actually.
Yeah, it is.
But for this to be a side effect of this medication, I was like, okay, now we're in clown world. How is this even real? Like,
But do you see how people, like, it becomes so normalized when you hear all these side effects that, oh, you could get a brain aneurysm, you could have a heart attack, you could, but don't worry. I'm like, well, what? So the whole point of the EE therapy and so forth is I encourage people to do their research and listen to a lot of everyday people's testimonials and so forth. I mean, you'll see, you hear stories all the time of how people have literally cured their own cancer in
it's mind over matter.
Exactly. That
I
as
mean,
well.
for $50, you can try it out.
That's true.
Yeah.
Because
And-
I would spend 50 to get a massage, and that actually sounds painful.
$50? Where are you
With-
going? You
No,
can't
but
get
I
one
mean,
for under 100
For like
around
a
here.
30-minute massage, you can get it for $50. But what I'm
Oh,
saying is,
Oh, well,
it sounds painful to me to get because my body is in pain. So I don't really want someone
I'll
massaging
meet
it.
you.
But
If
for
you
50
wanna meet,
bucks,
I'll meet you. If you want to go before the end of the month, I'll go with you.
well, I just
We-
saw one of these said for $50 I could get 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how many hours is typical? And
I'm glad they actually had mentioned to me.
this is called heightened vitality, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're
Yeah.
talking the same place here.
It is. Yeah.
That's
Jesse
the
and
place.
Andra. They do close on the weekends. So if we wanted to go on a weekend, maybe I can pre-call them or something. But I'm actually thinking if you want to do this, I'll get the one that's $199 before the end of the month. And literally, girlfriend, I think you should try it too. I'll sit there with you.
There's just something
Yeah,
you
they have
focus
they have the
on.
Yep, they have the lazy boy type chairs. You just sit back, and I don't know how many seats there are, maybe no more than 20. So it's very, very personalized, quiet. The room is quiet.
But you're not alone. You're with strangers.
Well, it depends on how many people are there.
Are they
See,
playing Enya?
Oh no, but I play Enya on my playlist. I got my whole soundtrack
On purpose?
of
You
the
play that on?
Oh,
Hey,
I play
Enya's
good
better than
music.
like who's the guy with the saxophone? Yanni?
I thought
I
Enya
like
was only.
Yanni.
I thought.
I thought we were best friends, but he makes me
no.
Yanni.
I thought Enya
See,
was
it helps me calm my
exclusively
mind
in.
down.
Okay, that's what he does. He makes me sleepy.
I thought Enya
That's
was
why I use it for
exclusively
it.
in
Yeah.
massage parlors and apothecaries.
That's whale noises. You're thinking of well sounds of males.
Didn't I
wailing.
just say Enya?
No.
What? I thought you meant the singer Enya.
No, he's making an Enya joke, and he's
Ah,
hilarious.
it must be a
Hilarity.
But I would seriously, Holly. Jared has my phone number. If you want to text me, we can get
Yeah.
that hooked up.
Well,
I'll
I
come
should
in and
try
try it too.
Yeah,
I've got.
maybe we should try it and see if they
I've
want to
got
be a
some
sponsor
old
on our
man
show,
pains.
and then we could be their
Mhm.
biggest salespeople. Because if it
I
worked,
know.
I'd bring my mom because I would love for her to have some relaxation. But again, I don't know if it's something that you're supposed to go and relax and do because I'm a talker. Like in massages, I'm the talker.
You and I we could talk girl talk on the side.
Well,
we
then
could
I
talk
can't
But
go.
Jared would have to join us.
He'd have to sit on the end so we could be like.
Oh. I'll bring my headphones too. I'll
All
sit
right,
and-
all right. He can
We're
do
gonna
that.
look into it for sure. I would love something. If
you
it
wanna
worked,
go.
great. If it didn't, maybe it's just relaxation for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
$50 doesn't seem like a high price.
That's not
to
a
try
bad.
something.
That's a try price right there.
I think so
100%.
too. I mean, you think about how many people are ordering food on those food apps for $50 a pop.
Oh my gosh, who can
That's
afford
so
that?
stupid.
You know,
Especially, I mean, put it towards your health.
I have still never had DoorDash delivered to my house. But what if you go in there and you sit down and like all of a sudden the screen pops up and it says obey and all that stuff? Like,
Like the movie, like that movie.
Like
what was that
1980
movie?
in 1984.
I'm thinking the one with the wrestler in it where he said, I came here to chew bubble gum.
They
and-
live.
They live.
And he thinks
I
that-
would
yep,
laugh
yep.
my butt off. I'd be like, mm-hmm.
Well, then
Yep.
we should. I wonder if they'd let us go live during the sesh.
I could talk
Just
to
a
him.
quick check
They're
in and be like,
super. They
That
are
or
the
maybe even
nicest.
after. That would be the boringest show we could put up.
no, I don't mean we
Yeah,
stay
because
live.
if
I
I
mean,
fall asleep
3
and I
minutes.
snore,
We're
I
like,
don't want everyone to hear
hey
me
guys, we're
snoring.
here. We're trying this out, and we'll check in with you again when we're finished to see how we feel.
Yeah. But
That's
yeah,
a
I say we
great
meet up
idea.
and try it out. See if there's
Sooner than later, because I'm going to be so busy with the community thinking tank and this pep rally.
I'm excited to see the park. That Peace Park looks lovely.
Yeah, that looks
It
really
is.
amazing. Do you
It
know
is
that we've
nice.
done a 2-hour and 10-minute interview with you?
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
And you
That
thought
just
you were
went
doing
by
1
so
hour.
fast. I
Yeah.
Yes, it was
did.
so easy to talk to you, and it's so nice of you to be
no,
on the
you
show.
too. I appreciate you.
I
I
think
love
that
it.
We're kindred spirits, so I feel like it's pretty
Oh.
awesome to meet you today.
I feel it.
Yep. All right.
There are
So
no coincidences.
No, I
we'll
agree.
reach out to you, schedule that, and we'll also reach out and get you to come back on and talk about the
I would love
Jumantria.
that.
You might need to be in
Gematria.
person if
Numerology.
you
Yeah.
should come out in person if we're going to invite a guest or two that could join
I'm
you.
down for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
And then you'll get to see Tooele. Don't
Oh my
blink.
God.
And
Okay,
don't
I'll
try
try
to
not to.
spell it. And don't
Okay.
try to read it. Matter of fact, just
Tooele. Is that how they pronounce it?
well, you threw an extra O in there,
Hampshire?
but you were
Oh,
close.
Hey, I came from a small town in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire?
Cut me a break.
Seriously, this could be a drinking game every time you say New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. I'm
What
from
about
Merrimack,
Bob?
New Hampshire. Merrimack, New Hampshire. Oh, Merrimack, Mac. Oh, gosh. Anyhow. Well,
Okay,
thank
you're-
you two. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
You're
thank
gonna be
you.
like my new besties.
Yeah.
This was a lot of fun.
We'll
You
plan
got a
on-
beautiful spirit. It shines from within you. It's so neat talking to you.
You too.
And we're going to look into that. And thank you again. And
Thank
everybody,
you.
October 12th from noon to 3 at the International
Peace
Peace
Garden.
Garden, which is located in Salt Lake.
The one in Salt Lake, not the first one that pops up on Google, because that's in North Dakota and Canada. And so I think you crosses over.
Maybe they
between
have
the
to
two.
host one in those parks too.
Yeah, yeah. How about you do
See
the
what I'm putting
international? Don't kill your sick people up in Canada. That they need that
Your
going on
6
right
teenagers.
now. It's getting crazy. They're starting to do it for
Mentally ill.
for mothers who have infants.
You
They're
have-
having they're.
All right, you
yeah.
guys, nature's
Yeah.
calling me and I'm crossing
All right.
my legs. I'm so sorry I have to announce
Okay.
that to the whole world, but
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Have a good night, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, Sharon.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you, Holly.
Yes.
Bye bye. All right.
Postpartum
everyone.
depression.
Yes. We can slide to. We don't have to sit on each other's lap anymore. But no, that's coming out.
That is disgusting.
They're having the commission is having conversations
And
with
they've already
mothers about their
decided that
kids.
12 and older can have it done without a parental
Oh,
involvement.
oh.
So if your teenager thinks that they are born in the wrong body or they're going through depression and don't want to live anymore, that they can go get killed by the government. And they don't understand. This is like what death row inmates get. And it's been proven you are paralyzing the body with this injection, paralyzing it while you're awake inside, as the next thing is the drug that puts fluid on your lungs. So you are literally drowning. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
No.
And they're like, oh, this is why you can't get these drugs in other countries, because this is why America's having a hard time getting the drug for our death row inmates, to try to put people to death, because Italy makes it, and Italy is like, no, this is like torture. You're
Canada's
torturing
buying
people.
all the supplies.
Yeah.
Depleted the world market.
And the government's deciding that if you don't like your life, we're going to assist suicide use. I shouldn't say that. Unaliving yourself. And the government will help you. And this is Canada.
They're doing it because their healthcare system, their socialized healthcare system is strained.
Yes, because they cannot afford.
That's why they're doing
and
it.
when a government decides your health care, they decide your age in which you are no longer productive. And they also decide
Your
that your
value.
life isn't valuable. That why would you get a knee replacement at 74? You're barely able to do anything by then. And it's just a waste of government funds. This is insane. When we as a people believe this is okay, we're lost. Absolutely lost.
Yeah. Anyway, so
Yikes.
before she came on, we had those parting thoughts where I asked you, what do you think about the Democrats losing their democracy? Because you'd hope at least in the Democrat Party they'd practice democracy. What are your thoughts on that? How do you? I've always said the Republicans are going to take our Second Amendment and the Democrats are going to destroy any semblance of democracy. Well, this year the Republicans removed 2A from their RNC message they put out.
2A. The Second Amendment?
They didn't. It's always been a huge thing for like
No,
the
it's
last.
in our party platform. We did not.
But they
vote to
removed it
remove
from
it.
they just didn't talk about it at the convention. And I'm not saying they're going to do away with two-way.
Well, the president nominee was almost assassinated, and they probably didn't want to bring
Okay.
up gun bans. But
Sure, but they didn't. Normally, they talk about how they're going to protect it.
okay, let me tell you what pissed me off about the voting on our platform
Okay.
this year.
Okay.
They decided to add the abortion drug and not be a party of life and a pro-life. And yes, I'm thankful that the Supreme Court ruled that it's a states' rights issue. At the end of the day, I think everything should be a states' rights issue. I don't know, except for gun control, which is in the Bill of Rights. Like you've got
It's a Bill
your
of
First
Rights
Amendment,
and
Second Amendment issues.
the Bill of Rights went to Congress. The 13th Amendment threw it so that the Bill of Rights had to be honored through all the states.
Yes, which makes sense because those are rights given to you by God, higher power, inherently in your birth, whatever. So they shouldn't touch those. But to make it states' rights. But now they've gone a step further, which is interesting with their selection of J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance believes that there should be no abortion stipulations regarding rape or incest. So he was far more pro-life than anybody. Like he was unapologetic about it because in his mind, I don't know, I'm not speaking for his mind, but in his idea is that we now live in a society where, okay, so you're saying, okay, I'm reading what you've read probably.
Yeah.
Okay, so in his mind, or what his idea was, is that we live in a society now where you can walk into any pharmacy and request a Plan B, which is, it might be expensive if you go to certain places and clinics. It's sometimes free based on what you make, but Plan B is a pill that you take immediately after.
You've got something like 48
72
hours.
hours.
72 hours. So 3 days.
So now for someone who has been sexually assaulted, if they don't want to go to the police and file a complaint, if they don't want to tell anyone, or if they do, and they go to a hospital will give them this at their request. But this allows them to go into a pharmacy and buy it and not have to explain it. And I believe the age for doing this is, I think it's 14.
It's probably state dependent.
Yeah. So that's in place for people who may have had an accident and they're being smart and they're trying to be safe, but this might have happened and whatever. That happens, and that's a drug that's designed to kill the sperm or to kick the egg before fertilization can happen.
Yeah, it induces
Yeah.
whatever.
A monthly.
Yeah, yeah.
So JD Vance's idea, I think it's a life, regardless of how it got there. It is a life. And he believes that the only stipulation should be if the life of the mother is at stake. Now, that was a hard stance, and that made him uber conservative. Donald Trump was saying, look, we could probably go with the abortion pill because it's not the brutality of how an abortion goes. Well, as a conservative person who believes it's a life and who is pro-life, I had a problem with the changing of the party platform to be okay with the abortion pill. Because again, I think it's up to the states. And I know Utah and the leadership of our Utah GOP was also not fond of this change in our party platform. But again, Utah and Utah law and Utah legislators will make the decision for when abortions can happen and when they can't. Some states are going to be like the heartbeat bill in Florida. If it has a heartbeat, it's a baby. Whereas even Utah, I think we're further along than that. Again, if you believe it's a life, it's a life. And I don't like this meandering that we do, which is why I believe it should be the states that make this decision.
I was listening to a show. There's a show, I can't remember their name off the top of my head. The lady's running for Senate seat in Pennsylvania, and they do a pro-natalist podcast.
Wow.
But he had a point about this where he's like, he's confused about I'm going to, give a synopsis here. He's confused about the forcing morality on other people. Does that wash them of their immorality when it comes to taking away abortion? And that is also, that's a question that made me think. Now, granted, I am not religious, but I am also pro-life. But I'm also one who doesn't think that we should do away with abortion. I would say for those who are religious, I would make it so that no state government, at least where I had control, if California wanted to do it another way, I don't care. Literally don't care. But I would make it so that no state funding goes to support it. It has to be done completely privately. That way, those who are against it, hands are clean. And after that, I would let whatever law comes up about a timeline. And I do agree there should be a reasonable timeline, obviously. I know 15 weeks is thrown out, or heartbeat, whatever. I am definitely not educated enough to.
I can tell you 15 weeks, a baby knows it's being murdered.
I am not educated
Because it
enough to make
avoids the
that
needle.
call.
It'll avoid the needle.
Yeah. And that's
Fingers, toes, face,
that's where I
nose,
would let
heart.
elected people and the constituency make a decision on that. But him bringing up that point that if you force morality on someone, both from the stance of just a humanist or religious, is that a true morality? If someone has it in their heart to do that, and it was a sin, would that forgive them of that sin?
I don't know what you just said, because I'm not thinking of it from a religious standpoint.
Okay, but
I'm thinking of it from a human standpoint.
Okay,
or a scientific
if
standpoint.
it was amoral,
It's a person.
And I agree with you.
Imagine how pissed the world would be if you just said, you know what, I think there's too many dogs in the world. And we need an abortion for every dog that gets pregnant. We abort those puppies.
I agree.
Do you know people would freak out?
My honest opinion is I would rather see the government come out and say, we're going to make it so that we're going to streamline the adoption process.
Oh, absolutely.
I would love to see him do that.
Stop
Just
putting stipulations.
Make
Let gay
it so
folks
that-
adopt. Let
let
families adopt.
Let single people adopt. I mean, if a single guy comes in to adopt, we're gonna obviously dig into his background a little hard.
But
we're
you
gonna
look into a background to make sure.
He needs to
baby would
submit
be
to
in
a
good
surprise visit to look at his computer. Obviously, I'm not crazy.
But not a woman's. Yeah.
Statistically speaking,
I say you check everybody.
only if
but you
she's
streamline it.
only
You're right.
if she's a teacher in a middle school.
Not a high school, because
I don't know. See a rash of middle school
if they
teachers.
opened up and streamlined adoption to where
And
they
it should
let
be
people adopt babies
Well,
without a huge price tag.
What's the normal price? I think it's something like $30,000.
Depending on the race
How
of the
crazy!
baby.
Depending on the,
It's true.
I know.
And that
I know.
sucks. That sucks. That depends on the race. And yet
I know.
there's a lot of black babies that are getting aborted in New York, more than that are being born.
Yes.
And I think that anyone would be lucky to be able to be a mom to a baby, regardless of its race.
I would go beyond that, make it so that, but anyways, that being said, I would much rather see that. But there's still that point of, is forced morality true morality?
And thou shalt not kill.
That's a big question, right? That is a big one.
Thou shalt not kill. And we're saying that And we're forcing that morality on the public, because how do you have a reasonable community
Let me ask you a question.
when there's not some standards?
Is there someone you would kill if it wasn't on the law books?
No.
Someone in your personal life, because
No.
yes, there's someone on the earth. I'm sure I would,
No.
see, me neither. I don't have my sights set. So I
We're
don't
not
think they're
mentally ill either.
I don't think they're forcing a morality there. But that was a good question he brought up. And he also made the point that if there's a chance the Democrats have for winning this upcoming election, that chance lies with Republicans' decisions they make on abortion, because it is such a contentious issue.
Well, it's just why the issue is brought up how it is.
I know, and it's
because
tough.
Republicans have put out the olive branch and not made this election about abortion, because that's how we lost.
Well, the
midterms.
Republicans, it will be the Democrats that go after it. The Democrats are going to find the hole in the defenses to charge her, just like the Republicans will. It's just the Democrats right now, their holes are everywhere. So the Republicans can say economy, they can say free speech, they can say
Border.
the border. The border's a great big gap. They can say the way they conspired to force the social media companies to constrict speech. They can, there's a
Inflation,
whole bunch of
economy,
holes. Yes. Where
world events.
right now the Democrats have essentially two. They can say the way COVID was handled, which that's an obvious wrong. Trump should have practiced his
They can't,
famed,
though.
his
They'd
famed
have to
Senate.
twist into a pretzel to go after him on COVID.
And they do, and they already do. Or the abortion, which is a general hit against all Republicans, which is the one that they're generally going to go for, because that way they hope for more down ticket voting.
Do you know what? At convention, there was this whole area of the city that was all blocked off from the public. And to even get into that area of the city, you had to have a badge or whatever.
Had to have credentials.
And then it's got smaller around the convention center. And they had a free speech zone, which was outside of this area for anyone to protest against Republicans.
Was there a lot of protests?
As a delegate, I never saw anyone protesting. Our buses went right into that zone. Our GOP
drove right through it.
Didn't go through anything. We went into the city, and that was outside of the purview. There was one group allowed to protest inside, and that was the group that was protesting the change of the policy on abortion. Because at the end of the day, these were Republicans who were like, whoa, this is not okay.
So the protest was
they were trying to get us to vote against the change.
It's a tough call. And
I agreed with them.
I personally don't want to carry an opinion on that, because, it's not my party. And I honestly want the party to carry forth the message that sits with them the best, just like with the Democrats.
Again, it's pretzeling, because Republicans are in that pretzel too, and I get it. I know Trump said it. You got to get elected, and he said that in the debate, which I understand it, but that's the quiet part, saying it out loud.
It's rough.
Appreciate him.
It's a tough one. That's what lost the midterms for the Republicans.
It is. It was the abortion thing.
The red wave disappeared because of abortion, and it was called out.
Now I'm telling you that these protesters, some of them were animals. They treated people badly. So I think that
some of the Republican protesters were?
Well, the protesters, I don't know. They were more religious protesters. I don't know what their party was.
What did they do to treat people badly?
Well, one of our delegates was harassed by them. And yet, and I think it was on Twitter, and I don't want to speak for them, but it got kind of blew up on Twitter.
Really?
Because of how they were so aggressive with her. Now, here's the problem. They don't understand. They're harassing Utah delegates who agree with them. Like our stance, we agree. And they're yelling at me. In fact, I even think I got it on video.
Utah stepped up as one of the strictest states.
Yes. And they didn't know. And I said to them, like, I was recording them, so I know I got it on video. And this wasn't the group that harassed us. This was our very first event. And I mean, we had just got back from the ballpark and we were going to the convention center, a different side, a convention park. And
were you there for Hulk Hogan's talk?
Oh yeah, dude, I was very.
I'll bet that was awesome.
It was
Hulk Hogan. I'm telling you, brother.
I expected the least. I was questioning Hulk Hogan, like how desperate, and I was so glad he was on there.
Well, Hulk Hogan and Trump have been friends for years.
Yeah, but you guys don't understand. We had a view of all. This is the craziest. So I get to see the teleprompter where we were at, and the teleprompter's right there. Hulk Hogan. His whole first few minutes are totally off script. He's not following anything. Hey, brother, and he's getting into his stuff and talking
he's practiced
about Trump.
that very.
And then he would read some of his speech, and then he would go back on his own. And the only person I saw at that convention that did not use a speech on the teleprompter was, oh my gosh, I just brain farted. Old Fox guy.
Tucker
Carlson.
Have you watched any of his podcasts?
Oh yeah. And I follow him on X and I love his shows, but he the entire time, not one thing. Now, when President Trump spoke, his speech, I could see in front of him, really far back and big. And then we had one on this side and there was one on this side. So he's looking, but he's also got the teleprompters here. He went off script very much. Like they'd catch up to where he was at.
Oh, really? Trump went off script?
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
But it was so cool. But Tucker, nothing.
Tucker
He is amazing.
Tucker's ability to put his mind out of his mouth is simply astonishing. Now, I do want to. We've got 28 minutes left. So that's them.
Yeah, so their story was protect life in the platform. And
I
let me see what they're saying. RNC loves baby murder.
Oh, that's tough.
Hold
now
on.
that could have been also if I was a Democrat actor, that would be a good news.
Now, these guys were screaming this as delegates are going into the community center, a place where we were having, there was like music and there was this big welcoming, big red carpet, and all the state's flags were there, including Utah's new flag, which
of course Utah's new flag is there.
New flag. But you know what I noticed too? Another thing I noticed, that while we were trying to find Utah's flag, we misconstrued. This is terrible to say because I am a big supporter of our flag, of our symbolic flag. But there's a lot of states that look exactly like ours.
Yeah, that's.
And I was like, okay, there's Utah. Nope, that's not Utah.
That's the Republic Union flag. It was a common thing. They all came out about the same time with the blue field with a seal on them, and that was very common back in those days. A lot of them did that. I think if I remember, it kicked off in Ohio, that craze.
But it made a valid point for the people that wanted to stand Utah apart. And so when we did finally see Utah's flag, it did look exceptionally great, and people were excited to see it. Not just people from Utah, but so these protesters are screaming at us. And I said to them, I'm like, hey, I'm on your side. I believe abortion's murder. I don't believe we should change our party platform. And they were like, thank you. Vote against it, at convention. And I'm just like, we're one state. We're 40 people. And it is a states' rights issue. Thank God for that. Because we can still be Utah. We can still have in our party platform. Yep. We can still expect our legislators to govern with that belief. And we still need to win the seat. We need to win the seat.
We want the 10th Amendment to reign. We want it to reign on everything that's not in the Constitution. We want the 10th Amendment to apply. I want to, and there's so much more I want to hear about it, but we've got short time left. I want to hear some predictions. We're like in the 60s right now. You mentioned that earlier in the show. And in 68, there was a notoriously contentious DNC convention, Democrat convention in Chicago, where they had riots and they were
they race
lighting
riots?
the town on fire. No, it was hippie riots. It was
It was over Vietnam.
over Vietnam. Are we, because now the DNC are going back to Chicago.
Yeah.
So they're back to that place where in a time that feels similar, are we going back there?
History repeats itself.
Do you think we're going to have riots?
I don't know. I mean, the Democrat Party is followed this breadcrumb of crazy all the way to this to the left. Sorry, to the left. And yet now they're eating their own. Because if you think the policy or the ideal through to its end, they start to clash. They start to combat each other.
Well, it's not just that, but they built a new religion, or
Yes.
everything they have is a new religion. The race equity and the gender
the
equity.
religion of global change, global warming.
It's all religions,
climate change.
and religions eventually get to a point where they have to seek purity. And that's where they're at. They're seeking purity, which is why they're turning on each
How
other.
so? You know what? Okay. Black Lives Matter came out.
Yes.
Black Lives Matter
And came out against
in
Kamala.
against Kamala, which said you just robbed the Democrat voters of choice. They did not select her. She was
They did not elect
ordained.
her. She was selected.
Right. So you didn't give it to the delegates. This whole thing is crazy. I cannot imagine if this was happening on our party, if I ran to be a delegate for my state and I did everything I did to be a delegate in my state, and I get the trust of my fellow delegates to send me as a national delegate. And 3 weeks before my convention, they go, okay, it's not going to be the guy that won the state. Just so you know.
Come to your come to our convention so that you can stand there. We're not having a vote.
And it's not going to be the guy that won, because, hey, as a national delegate, if Nikki Haley would have been the one chosen by our state or had won the national, primary, I would have been there in support of Nikki Haley.
That's your responsibility as a delegate.
Yes, representing the voters. That's my whole job. If someone told me 3 weeks before, hey, we're changing plans here, the guy that won, he's not going to be in it anymore, and we want his vice president, Kamala, who lost to every Democrat prior. She lost to all of them. The lady who sings like this, what was her name? She was running for president.
Oh, Crystal, the hippie lady.
Yeah.
I say the Crystal things. Yeah, Mary Poppins.
Something, but she's like, I'm over here with Kamala and Elizabeth.
I'm running for love.
She got more votes than Kamala Harris got.
I know. And actually, I think for the Democrat message, someone like that would have been their only legitimate messenger.
She's not terrible. Here's the thing: is now they're in this era where that would make me angry as a delegate, like a national delegate.
It would
furious, and yet.
Not to mention,
they're told to stand in line and get in line lockstep for democracy. Democracy is at stake. Now, 20% is now the black vote for Trump.
We've got to kill
20%.
democracy for democracy's sake.
And seriously, you guys, the black vote usually with our GOP is like 13%.
I know, it's heavy.
We're now at 20% because now people who are smart and who have eyes are waking up and going, wait a minute, this is literal insanity. We are voting the same way, expecting a different result, and our neighborhoods are no safer. Our kids are no safer.
They're actually less safe. It gets worse every time. We Democrats,
don't have jobs.
Democrats have run our cities, and our cities every year on every metric plummet.
Yeah.
Except for the wealth of the politically connected.
And so here we are, where I think the way that the Black American votes is highly telling, because right now in this time, because they have had enough. They are constantly pandered to. They are constantly told something, and they vote that way, and they've given their support. Like, they are loyal, and they will give their support and everything else. And they've had it absolutely blown up in their face over and over. And now you've got illegal people. They're trying to fight to get on to be able to vote. Yeah. This is insanity. The Black vote meant something. It was the reason the Democrat Party won, was because of those individuals. And they are making them non-important anymore.
Yeah, it gave them a little bit of power, even though that power was never realized. It did give them power, which meant that
it's a huge power.
Democrats always came and never pandered to them, but gave them voice. And
they always pandered.
Well, when I say never pander to them, they never did anything to uplift them. They never produced anything, because
that's what pander is.
The Democrat Party, since the time of FDR, has been this big government party. Now, granted, JFK kind of broke away from that a little bit. We saw how that went. Italian, made stuff. Anyways, but that's just how it goes. The Republicans, I mean, Trump actually started to deliver for them, both on the criminal side, but he also made kind of investment havens where you had tax relief federally to start a business in certain areas.
You guys, Trump was a Democrat
until
he decided to run for president first on the other party. People forget he ran for president before he was a Republican. But his whole family, they were Democrats. And then when he ran for president in the GOP, he wasn't lying when he said he wants to make it easier for business owners, small business owners. He wants to make neighborhoods safer. He wants to do prison reform and actually invest in communities and all this other stuff. And he started doing it, which benefited. He was the president who got to say there were more Blacks and Latinos employed under his policy than any policy before that. So that community, those communities were working more. They were starting businesses more. And he was making a country where they could.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that to me.
I just wish he would have spread those economic zones like from ocean to ocean. But
again,
he could only work with what he could work with.
Yeah, because you've got governors who are going to overrule
and it did have a price in the tax revenue, but our tax revenue, why do we even have it? They just run our deficit crazy anyway. Why do they need taxes?
Do you know those Trump tax cuts actually were given? They affected all of us. They weren't just given to the rich. Every single one of us got advantages from those tax cuts. Companies drove back to the United States to create jobs and to do business here when they had already left. Companies like my husband's company gave bonuses in cash to their employees, or they paid higher wages,
hired more people,
and or they
filled
hired more
gaps.
Like, this is insane to think there's such thing as tax cuts for the rich. The rich are the employers in this country, and if you give them tax cuts, it's already proven. And tax cuts across the board make our economy grow.
And corporate taxes in the whole is BS.
It's theft. And it's why companies leave.
It's worse than theft. Corporate taxes. So a corporation has to meet a mark. Yes, the mark may be too high, whatever.
For profit.
But so in order to tax corporate, they have two choices. There's only two. They can either pay employees less or charge more. They do either of those. They still make that bottom line.
Exactly, because they are shareholders. They're appeasing the shareholders, of which your 401ks are. You are the shareholder. So that 401k that you've been paying into is invested in a lot of big companies. And you want those companies to bring you a return. You're praying and betting your money that they're going to give you a return. So you're angry. Those are the rich, remember. You're angry that they're doing tax cuts on the rich. These corporate taxes, all they do is require companies to leave their manufacturing and go to countries who aren't charging them this much, which takes jobs out of this country. And they have to raise the price or they just hire less Americans. They certainly don't hire a union.
Yep.
And then what they do is now you are paying extra for those services and those goods. And all the while, you're hoping they're still making their money because they're going to make their money.
Well, also you're making China great again.
Exactly.
But no, that's where it is. That's just where it lies. Corporate taxes are BS.
It's one big circle.
They're stupid.
And at the end of it, the government is all powerful. And at the bottom of this pyramid scheme, which is our government, is us. And it's not under Donald Trump, the middle class grew.
Yep.
And the upper class grew. What they don't tell you is that the low income class started to grow or to lessen because they were starting to move into middle class. They don't tell you that how many people's lives were different. I know a lot of people that got great jobs after Obama's administration was awful.
Well, Obama
people.
was great if you were a coastal college educated person
Or union.
Well, some unions, well, the unions were pretty much already gone. I mean, the auto workers unions, they were minuscule.
That was one speech that hit me different when the Teamster was giving the speech at the RNC. I was like, what on earth? Like, I literally was like, I felt like I was in a film on Goodfellas because it was a little bit scary because he was just like, no more. Now, look, I get there's a lot of states where unions are the end all be all. I know Utah's a right to work state. We don't have as much influence on unions, but I also know to get a union job in Utah is awesome.
Yeah.
So I understand the need for unions and I'm not going to bash unions. What I am going to say though, that to me was another olive branch saying our tent is big. If you want the unions to succeed, come to our party. Come to our party. You are welcome. We will fight for you. We will fight for jobs across the board. We will fight for the American economy, and every state can fight for their own economy. So we're just bringing it back. And that's the problem. The messaging of the Republican Party hasn't been great. I think this RNC was probably the best messaging I've ever seen.
Good. Well, here's
blacks, rich, poor,
and Hispanics are coming on board.
Hispanics.
Now, here's a question.
Fighting against the immigration bills that are going on now. Hispanic people who are like, you are costing us jobs. You are costing. Why are we working so hard to become citizens?
Yeah, or even, well, we can go into that another. So here's the question. If you track the record of corporate taxes and the wealth of the wealthiest, you'll notice they mirror each other. So they say they hit corporate taxes to make sure the wealthy don't run away, but the more they raise corporate taxes, the more the wealthiest people make consistently.
Yes.
And it tracks.
And the more employers leave.
Well, they leave or they send some
Leave
of their products off. They offshore some of it,
Kamala Harris is against offshore oil. She's against fracking.
Yeah, the different type of offshore.
She wants to go full Green New Deal, which we've already been proven to us that's impossible because you need electricity,
let's ask
which
Germany.
Requires water, which requires plastics and all kinds. You guys,
how's things going, Germany?
Sharon says you guys are amazing and so grateful for the both of you.
Hey, thanks for coming on.
Sharon, you're amazing. And Arvin Hansen, you truly are the best. Thank you, friend, for sharing your insights. I think that was directed at
probably
Sharon.
Directed at Sharon. I know it wasn't directed at me. Could have been directed at you as well.
Oh no, I think it was Sharon all day. I just want to say that I loved watching the speeches. And I mean, we had law enforcement, military, Teamsters, Black Americans, we've had Latinos, we had gay. I mean, I went to one of the Log Cabin Republican events, and I was just I just loved it. I loved it. Our tent is big enough, and the only requirement is that you want more freedom and you want the ability to prosper and to save your family and to work hard. I mean, I get that. If you don't think that you need to work and you don't really want to, and you think the government should get everyone a livable wage and stuff like that, I mean, even a livable wage, I can understand when you're dealing in an economy like this. But when you have a really healthy economy, you have healthier people, you have happier people, and happy people buy things. Happier people make memories with their families. Happier people are they're less likely to riot. They're less likely to commit crimes. I mean, this is all statistics gathered over decades and decades. We need happy people. And to do that, we need to change the policies of this country.
Not just that, happy people are less likely to become addicted to substance abuse, and they're less likely to become homeless. They're less likely to become a burden on their community.
It's true. And they'll be less sick. Mm-hmm. I mean, mentality, like Sharon's talking about, mind over matter. People who are happy, I think, are healthier people overall.
I know they are.
And Arvin says, you both are amazing. Appreciate this so very much. President Trump was truly the best for this country. He cares about all of us. I agree.
Hey,
I so agree. Thank you for sharing.
That's a very easy statement to make. We've seen the policies of this mass control coming down from government. And I don't know why people here in the US don't say, how are things going in Europe? Because Europe's dying on the vine. And
it's usually a prerequisite to where it's coming here.
Why do we keep trying to copy that? Let's be that beacon on the hill over here. Let's fight for liberty, fight for individuality, fight for all those things. And it's great. When we have what's his name? When we have him on, the guy that was a part of the Log Cabin Republicans but got kicked out. Why am I forgetting his name?
Great.
Yeah, dang it. No, he is very cool to talk to, and we need to become a big tent party.
It doesn't matter.
The Republicans need to become a big tent party. I could see myself joining the Republican Party somewhere down the road. I still
they can't mess this up.
I'm still kind of in protest. We
have to see them follow through.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I demand a lot of liberty from my government. I'm a very purist. I'm a radical. I know I am. I'm a radical person.
Did you see Netanyahu come speak?
At the RNC?
No, Congress.
Oh, I didn't watch it, but yeah, he came to speak.
It was amazing.
Was it a good speech?
You know what's amazing is he talked so positively about America. We don't even hear Biden or Kamala even talk about our own country like that. Now, he had a standing ovation multiple times. He talked about the hostages, which we're not hearing. We're not hearing about the hostages. They're still American hostages. And what's her name? Ilana, I think it was her, holding up a sign saying something like horrible.
Well, my opinion on the Israeli conflict is that's the ultimate Gordian knot. Sad to say, I don't know what a solution to that is.
I do. Let them handle it their way.
Well, that's a solution.
And you see, Iran now has come back from the Secretary of State that Iran now can produce. They believe they're a week to 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon, and they've already tested to see its range.
Well,
which
just release the Stuxnet again.
The thing is, Israel should be able to defend itself, and we are their ally. We should absolutely back them. Netanyahu, I don't know, he's inspiring, and he has pledged that they will not stop fighting for their safety
nor
and
should
their
they.
lives.
But even after that, what's the end of that? I know everyone says two-state solution, but won't that just be forever?
You have to wipe out Hamas before any conversations happen at a table. You need to wipe out a
But
terrorist
before
group.
them, it was the PLA.
I don't know.
What'll be next? There's a legitimate grievance on the Palestinian side. I understand their grievance and why they feel that way. Of course, most of that grievance is stuff they've caused themselves.
And they're living in poverty conditions. Like, what if do you know there's a lot of people in Palestine that actually travel across the border to work in Israel?
Oh, yeah.
And that's how they support their families. But they
Israel's
have
the
to
largest,
do it. They have
was
to
the
do
largest
it
employer.
in secret because they'll be killed if they're found out. And yet, if Israel was to absolve them and like dissolve them to where they're part of Israel, they contribute. They're out of poverty.
It's tough. I have been, man, this
And
is
they can
hard.
still be Muslims.
You want to see the show get canceled? I could say it right now. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. I don't know if it's ugly, but
It's ugly, but you know what? He met with the president. He also met with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the one talking about these issues in the way that Netanyahu is talking about them. Now they're talking about rebuilding Ukraine. Like, what the hell? Why would we be responsible to rebuild Ukraine? This doesn't make sense. The foreign stuff, you know what? When there are no more homeless people in the United States, when we don't have kids who are starving to death in the United States, when we don't have people who want to work but cannot in the United States, we have no business putting our money outside of the United States. And we can't even, this is insane. This is the world we're living in. Or
51st star on that flag.
Oh, I'm happy. I'm happy to make more United States.
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
So we get our in Ukraine,
We make Ukraine an American state.
Make Ukraine great again. Yeah.
I mean, seriously, they already have more money from the United States, which is worth more than a lot of state budgets.
Hands down, worth more than a lot of regional budgets. All right. That's the show, everyone.
I don't want it to end.
I know you don't.
I know there is so much that happened. I have missed you guys. Thanks, Mom. Thank you, Sharon and Arvin and David and Eric and Camille for tuning in.
Yep.
And I hope if this is future you watching or listening, I hope you know that we love doing this, and we know that
we love you.
Just give you the feels. Little ASMR. We love you. You're such a good boy. But we do. And we love doing this and talking politics and solutions and meeting new people like Sharon. That was a lot of fun. I love her idea, and the common sense of it all is what I love the most about it. It's easy for people to love. It's not as easy for people to be kind in this political climate we're in.
Well, not just that, but our economic climate makes people more stressed. When they're more stressed, they become more insular.
It's true. And they start blaming this party. And I try to not do this and blame the Democrats, because I know a lot of people who vote Democrat who feel like this is crazy to them too. That's why there should be an absolute open nomination for the DNC, where we're in a historic time. Historians are going to write about this in the election of 2024. And it's going to be from the RNC standpoint with a assassination attempt 2 days before convention, to the DNC having a president step down from the race, a president that was already gung-ho on the race, who had already won the nomination, stepping down to be replaced by his vice president, who's highly unpopular. And they're going to, guys, listen, they're going to tell you all the mainstream is going to tell you all these polls, how she's leading Trump and she's doing this and she's leading here. That's on purpose to make you think, don't show up. She's already going to win. They don't want you, American citizen, to go vote on election day. And they're going to tell you she's got it in the bag. And this is the way we win. Not one of us who want a change and who is willing to support Donald Trump, not one of us can stay home on election day. We have to overwhelm the system, not just for president. We need it down ticket. We need to go in there and vote red all the way down, and so much so that there can be no question who won this election. And too many to cheat. That's what we need. And you need to be a watcher at your local polls. And you need to make sure that you are inviting neighbors to vote. And we live in Utah where it's all mail-in. Encourage people to turn in their ballots, mail their ballots, whatever. Just encourage, let them know this race is so important. We cannot stay home. We cannot stay home. We have to be up and loud. And if you have a problem with Republicans in voting for this president, think about it. It might change the course of this country for better. And I'm not doing as well as I was doing 4 years ago. Were you?
No.
I want to start a business. I don't even dare breathe a word because right now, starting a business in this country with this interest rates the way they are, with how fickle restriction is and all this other stuff, I wouldn't dare under this president. I mean, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare do a lot of things. I wouldn't dare try to sell my home to buy a new home. I wouldn't dare get a loan to help with just daily, because we're all struggling. And anyone tells you they're not, they probably work for the government or they're lying, because it's not. And even those working for the government aren't getting paid what they should be getting.
We are in a wild time. I was just looking up. In 2013, Bernanke said, he was the Fed chair at the time, he said, I have to stop capitalism to save it. And I think we've been living through that ideal.
Well, they've turned it to crony capitalism.
And they've done it with everything.
They polluted it all.
Yeah. So we're...
Maybe we should do a show midweek next week just so we can catch up. There's still a lot of stuff. Do you know McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's aren't even in the top 10 of fast food restaurants?
Well, yeah, that's because they used to pander to kids.
They brought the $5 menu back to McDonald's.
Their whole diet.
Chick-fil-A fell to number 3. Del Taco made number 1. Del Taco. I mean, good
probably
for you,
because it's the cheapest.
But yes, you can afford to eat there and feed a family with it.
Yep. It's the cheapest.
And it's not terrible. I mean, Taco Bell is up there in the top 10.
Oh, okay.
Chick-fil-A lost it to
the porcelain punisher, Taco Bell.
In-N-Out Burger jumped up. In-N-Out Burger's pretty much kind of saying the same
In-N-Out's kind of that mid-range. Well, and also, I mean, here's another, right before we go, we're going to be a few minutes over, but
we started in minutes.
Remember what McDonald's looked like when we were kids?
Yes.
You'd go inside and it was yellow and blue and red. We had our
birthday parties there.
Right? It was colorful. What does it look like when you go inside now? It's brown and gray and stark, and McDonald's is going to fall because they built a menu for kids.
Who built them up?
But you know why they've done that? We're not having kids. There aren't as many kids anymore.
Well, and
so now it's for
the food they serve.
Now it's for
the food has no nutritional value either.
It never did, but now it's for.
It used to have real chicken and things like that when we were kids.
Now it's for single adults, but single adults,
and it used to
with
be
disposable income, have a broader palate.
It used to be for the poorer class.
For the poorer class,
which was
with
college kids and families that couldn't afford fast food. That was what they could afford. They used to have $1 menu, the $3 menu, and they had to stop doing that
because they can't afford to.
They can't, and they also can't afford to hit that bottom line with $15 to $20 minimum wage in certain cities.
Yeah.
It's going to put them under. I can't believe Arby's made in the top 10. I don't know anyone who eats at Arby's on purpose. Like, it's like, you know what I feel like tonight? Arby's.
The gut bomb.
Do you ever crave Arby's?
I want to have a diabetic reaction tomorrow morning.
Nothing against Arby's. I know there's people who love them. We have two in this county.
I actually like Arby's roast beef sandwiches, but I think there's too much sugar in the bun, and I think they put sugar because I have a hard day. Like I have like a hangover day after I eat it.
See, I feel the same way.
Yeah, and I think it's
because curly fries.
Because their buns. You know how sweet their buns are. I think they like put a lot of sugar.
You don't like
in
sweet
them.
buns?
And I cannot lie.
I thought their whole marketing thing was great. You know, we have the beef or the
meats. Yeah.
I mean, that's a great idea.
That was in response to Wendy's from the 90s.
It's like 80s. Where's the beef?
80s?
Yeah,
we were kids. That was in the 90s.
No.
Was that in the 80s?
I think so. I think what it gets down to, though, is it's a reflection that people can't afford the luxury. Like when she was talking about you've never ordered DoorDash. I think I've done it twice in my life.
Never even thought about it.
I don't know how people afford that.
I've seen how much it costs when people order it. Like you order a burger and fries and it's $40.
But they're paying for convenience.
I'm going to Verge's.
But you have to leave your house. Okay. That's the thing. These people,
sign me up.
COVID helped DoorDash big time.
I will put underwear on and brush my teeth. I will go to Verge's. I will get my sausage and bacon and eggs, and I'll enjoy my meal. And it'll be half the price of that. And
oh, geez. And you know what's crazy? The one time I did order it, I ordered Taco Time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was during COVID, and so I wasn't able to go for some reason. And my order was maybe, I think $35 or something, but I was getting a lot of food. And the driver, they don't tell me, but for 45 minutes I'm waiting, and then I get an alert that no drivers to pick up. And I was like, oh.
So your stuff's just sitting there getting cold?
No one picked it up. Yeah. So I was like, well, how do I deal with that? Then when I ordered from Applebee's for a larger group of people, drivers are fighting over my meal because it's an $80, $100 bill.
Oh, it's
it wasn't worth their time. They're like, nah.
Yeah, because they would have had to drive all the way out to where you live.
Depending on where they live. I mean, I am on the other side of town for Taco Time. But
for Taco Time, you're on the other side of the valley.
Yeah. But again, you pay like a $10 service charge, and then you pay a delivery fee, and then you tip on top of that. So you think $40 is a lot. It gets into higher when you pay all the fees. Again, for convenience. And back then, I had disposable income that I could splurge and get Taco Time for the family.
I probably do too. I just don't think about it.
Then.
Well, right now I probably do, but I enjoy.
Now I wish I worked for those companies and I would drive and go get that food.
I enjoy going to a place. I enjoy seeing, like, the restaurants I frequent. I know all the waiters and waitresses.
Yeah. And Verge's is good for that. So is Jim's.
I say hi to them. I chat with them. It's a little personal meetup.
It's a small town feel. I love it.
Those are things that I like. And to have someone just drop food off.
Oh, come on.
You know, and
so
not to mention,
though.
I'm a trash can. If I'm hungry and I don't want to go anywhere, I'm a trash can. I got stuff in the pantry I can just put in my head.
Again, though, it reminds me that we can have, food delivered, but we can't have alcohol delivered. And that's something I talked about with our Congress people.
David, where you at, David?
I actually had that conversation, Dave, with a lot of our electeds that were with us.
But that's a state deal. We need to have it with
our state people. They were Congress and state. I mean, Bridger was with us.
Okay, Bridger. What does Bridger say about it?
Well, it's got to be. He's like, we definitely need to look into it, especially. It was named after we got home, but Utah's getting the Olympics again. And I had this very long conversation with a couple electeds, and I was like, listen, Utah brought down the Zion Wall like a little bit in 2002. And I was in the bar industry. I talked with Derek Brown, our AG to be. And
Good.
he
What do
said
you
we
think-
absolutely should
And
consider that.
he's a staunch Mormon.
Yes, he is.
What do you think about
He absolutely
Just-
agreed with me that we need to change the Utah
what about
laws.
just privatizing the DABC?
I need you to settle down. That's not going to happen.
But
But I can compromise with
easy,
that
Tiger.
and say, okay, you guys keep the DABC,
Booze Dash.
but we want to be able to send liquor through the mail with you guys restricting
You
it
know,
all,
there was a
and to
wine.
receive it through the mail.
There was a wine blending company, Menenbach Winery or Cellars, here in Erda, and they failed because they cannot mail out anything that they got.
Oh, there's
They
a
couldn't
company-
break. They didn't make enough to break into the DABC. They were a cottage, craft wine, but they couldn't mail it out. And had he been able to mail it out, they would probably still be around.
Wine baskets are a thing, people. They're not from Utah.
Yep.
And if I've sent them for Christmas out of state, wine baskets, but I order them from the online wine
Yep.
store and they can mail it to certain states.
You can't mail it here.
Can't mail it to Utah. And that's insane. You guys, we either are adults and we have standards and there's laws in place to drink and then be responsible with alcohol,
Responsible
we don't.
alcoholism.
or we don't. But
Yeah.
to treat us like, oh, you can't mail that, or heaven forbid someone brings you a 6-pack from a grocery store in DoorDash. That's insane.
It is.
And
It
Derek
is.
Brown was great.
bad
And
news
he's like,
is
you know what?
I'm-
I'd love to look into it and
I
figure out how to
might
fix that.
actually DoorDash beer to myself though. Like pick me up a 6-pack of Guinness.
Camille Knutson says, DoorDash is awesome for working moms and kids at home that
I'm
don't
sure it
cook.
is.
And I totally
And
agree.
that's one thing. I don't have any little kids in the home. Now, I do have my nephews and nieces come to stay with me once in a while. I'll have a weekend with them. And I enjoy going out with them to places they like to go, like McDonald's, because
Yeah, but you're assuming you're with them.
they get to run in.
If my kids are home, it would be so great.
Oh, that's
for
another.
me to order a DoorDash for them that takes them their food.
Katie has it delivered here to her boys quite often when
It's
she
something
can't
other
make it
than
home.
pizza, because
And-
I deliver pizzas to the house when I'm not home. But I would love to be able
No,
to
that's
drop
a good thing.
McDonald's off for my kid.
No, that is a very good point. I believe, if you're not home, your husband's not home, but your kids are home alone, or even if they
And you
have a
don't want 'em-
babysitter.
You don't want them cooking on the stove.
Yeah, even if they have
Uh,
a babysitter, that can be a part of the deal. Hey, you come babysit, we'll pay you X amount, and DoorDash is delivered. The kids have voted for this. How do you feel? What do you want off that menu?
Yeah, send me your order.
Yeah. So no, that's a good point. I just when I have the kids with me, I enjoy taking them out to eat a
That's
dinner
only
and
something
do stuff.
an uncle
But-
would say. Most parents
But
get a little,
again,
especially if they're little kids going out in public.
I'm the uncle.
Yeah,
Uncles
say that.
enjoy spoiling and shaking those kids up and saying, "Here's revenge for that thing you did when we were 12."
Let's see.
Uncles
Going
love
to
doing
a
that.
restaurant
Hey,
with just me and my kids sometimes.
My
can be
sisters did that
exhausting.
to me with my kid too. So revenge is best served now.
You would be a great grandfather.
I,
Let's get that
Alex,
going.
Alex,
Let's get it going, Alex.
right here. I've been telling him that forever. Boy,
That's
that,
awesome.
that kid would be a savage. Let me name him too.
Name him.
Oh, I've got
You would
ideas
give him
on
a
names.
bedroom at your house. He could live here.
Do you think? Oh
He'd
man.
be an awesome
Hey,
grandpa.
When I was growing up, I would wake up before my parents got up and run next door to my grandfather's house.
Yeah, that's amazing.
But I was lucky enough to live there.
And you
And-
also got so many great traits from your grandfather and learned so many skills, and you got all this one-on-one time. And I can't think of time is the only thing, folks.
Mhm.
It is not promised, and it's financial, nothing. It's the only thing that affects every single one equally.
Mhm.
And what you do with that time, you know how angry I get if I give 3 hours to like YouTube and I'm watching, even if it's good content that's teaching me something, I get mad at myself. I'm like, I just gave 3 hours of my life to watch these. I don't have TikTok, but YouTube will do TikToks on it in a compilation.
Mhm.
Get so mad because time flies.
Oh, I turn it on. I do the body yaddy yaddy dance every chance I get. Oh, I've got to tell your mom, Sherry, talk to Grandma Jane. She would love it if you came down and visited. I know your mom mentioned that a while ago. I've got a story to tell you about Grandma Jane yesterday. that she is an angel sent to earth. But anyways, everyone, that's the show. We will see you guys maybe mid next week. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, and reach out to us if you want to get involved with Sharon, and we'll connect you guys, and
Yes.
we'll have her stuff shared. But reach out to us if there's a show topic you would like. I didn't even get to touch it, and Camille, if you're still watching, I would love to get your insight regarding the tax issue with the school board. And Stansbury Park is at it again with their
People
taxes.
are fired up about the school board right now.
Camille, I saw some comments that you've made that were really, really helpful for me to understand kind of the school board perspective. And then Jake Parkinson's stuff to, having been an an assessor and kind of explaining those sides of it. I would really love your guidance and stuff on this so that we can approach this, which is what I would like to get into early next week if we can do another show, because Stansbury's meeting is coming up. People are so angry and the school board's stuff is going on, and I just want people to understand it.
And I want to give one message on this. We need to make government smaller because governments feel inflation also, which is why our governments are raising all their wages. We need to make them smaller. Governments need to run streamlined. They need to figure out, why can't Tooele City, and here's just an idea, and maybe it's pie in the sky, but why can't Tooele City figure out how to privatize some of their maybe lawn care? Honestly, I think they need to zero-scape. We need to quit having guys mowing lawns around the city for however much we pay for it.
My community is completely green space. And,
seriously.
Why can't a city or a township live within its means?
Think about it. I mean, you go down to Phoenix and it's all rocks. All the public areas are pretty red rocks. City.
Their golf courses are gorgeous green.
Are they public or are they private?
I think they're public.
But a golf course would have to be green. Could you imagine golfing on lava rock?
It doesn't mean though. Some of the golf courses do have the rocks and stuff in the outside.
If you get the chance, go
beautiful.
Go
green.
Golf at Dugway. It's a good time.
Is there a golf course there?
Yes, there is. You guys have a good week.
We love you.